All right, you guys, the U.S. government shutdown is imminent. This is looking like it's about ready to flip and happen, man. Um, it's crazy. Give me one moment, though, folks. Getting a couple things configured real quick. Sorry about that. We're just about there, guys. We're going to get this up and running. Sorry, we're just being slow right now. Here we go, dude. We're getting pumped. We're getting pumped like a bathmate. Bathmate, yeah. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Let's roll. Let's keep going, man. So we are talking about the imminent government shutdown. This is crazy. We're going to go into as much detail as we can on this, to whatever degree we can, I guess. You guys are going to have to give me a few moments, though, while I pull up just a little bit more information. And we're ready? I think we're ready. Okay, here we go. So, U.S. government shutdown is imminent. So they say. It's wild. It's crazy, and I don't even know what's going to happen as the result. I just found out like tonight's the deadline, I think. So they're planning for furloughs. Let's look at some of the information that's coming into me right now from a few sources. So the latest on the possible U.S. government shutdown. So the status right now is the Senate has failed to advance a short-term funding bill, leaving no stopgap in place before the deadline. If no bill passes, a funding lapse begins on 12:01 a.m. Eastern time. What a shutdown is, now here's the thing. What a shutdown essentially means in this instance, and it's really important that we try to understand what's going on here. What the shutdown means is many non-essential federal functions will pause. Essential ones will continue. Example like military operations, federal law enforcement, social security payments, and mail, etc., those sorts of things. So expect some delays and backlogs for sure in many civilian services. Overall, who's affected? CBO estimates that 750,000 federal workers could be furloughed daily, with $400 million a day in delayed pay costs, with the government closed. By law, federal employees receive back pay after the shutdown ends. So contractors typically aren't guaranteed back pay. Air travel. So basically, if you're a federal employee and you're furloughed, you're going to get your back pay. So basically, you're getting, government shutdown is kind of cool for some federal employees, though. They're like, oh, okay, I don't have to work for a bit, and I get some money. Sweet. And that's wild, man. Dan, what's a groiper? I think that's right. It's that Nick Fuentes thing. I don't know. All I know is I don't really care. Let's see. Air travel, FAA plans to furlough 11,000 employees. Air traffic controllers, estimated 13,000. And TSA, 50,000 keep working without pay, so flights continue, but delays are more likely. So the IRS plans to remain fully operational for the first several work days of the lapse using multi-year funds under its contingency plan. Of course, the IRS remains functional. Go figure. Screw the IRS, man. But let's take a look at a few other things real quick. This government shutdown affects a lot of people. I mean, this is true. There's going to be a lot of people affected negatively by this, and it's not necessarily a positive thing. It's sad. I mean, I don't want to see people's livelihoods disrupted. I really don't, but I don't know what the solution's going to be. Parks and museums, so national parks may be open with very limited services and selective closures to protect resources. Expect closed buildings, minimal maintenance, and limited emergency services. If you're a federal employee, follow OPM. Now, here's the thing. This is the instructions here. If you're a federal employee, follow OPM/agency shutdown guidance. Accepted staff work without pay during the lapse. Furloughed staff do not work. Both categories receive back pay after funding is restored. But anyway, and another thing to keep in mind if you're a traveler or like a beneficiary, flights continue, but may slow down. Social Security, Medicare benefits keep going, is what it says, though some services and new claims could be delayed. Check agency sites before appointments or visits. I still think one of the reasons I'm not banking on Social Security is because, one, I think it's kind of a scam. I think actually Social Security might be the biggest Ponzi scheme, even a worse Ponzi scheme than Bitcoin, mainly because the government's involved. Anytime the government is involved, I personally believe it's a Ponzi anytime the government's involved. That's just my state of mind on it. You guys know me. I'm not much of a government guy. I don't like it when government gets involved with, really anything. So, ain't that the truth? Shall we continue? Let it rock, let it rock, let it rock, let it rock. Dude, bro, hole in Dan's sock. How backed up are you, bro? How backed up are you, man? What the hell? But there's also congressional pay. Members of Congress continue to be paid during the shutdowns under constitutional rules. So, I mean, here's the thing. Government shutdown, it doesn't really affect too much of the private sector at the end of the day. But, there are federal agencies that may be needed. It's sad that they're keeping the IRS open, for God's sakes, because the IRS is... I can't stand the IRS, dude. If there's one thing I despise the most, it's the IRS, dude. Straight up. So, oh, I'm back. Whew. I think the fridge is probably a little haunted. Why is Spartacus promoting Hunter Biden and Hogg 2028? Make America hard again. Ugh, make America trash. That's what's happening, bro. The Brony Brothers. Let me put out a poll. I think a good poll will keep us on the straight and narrow. All right, let's start a quick poll. Do you guys think that the government shutdown really going to happen? That's the big question here. And we already have some votes. We have 2 votes. 2 people say it's yes. Farnier says, "Hey, bro, remember we used to sit to we used to tickle our dongles." Jesus Christ. Yeah, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Is the government shutdown really going to happen? That is the question right now, the question of questions. What is the result going to be? We're looking at more information. We went over some of the basic information earlier in the show, but we could do a quick recap as well. Like I said, so the Senate failed to advance a short-term funding bill, 55 to 45, leaving no stopgap in place before the deadline. If no bill passes, a funding lapse begins 12:01 Eastern Standard Time on October 1st. Now, it's looking likely. I don't know who's blocking this. Who the heck is blocking this? Oh, did it actually happen? Oh, it straight up happened. Okay. Well, shit. I guess there's no use in doing that poll. Okay, we're ending the poll. But we'll do another poll. How long will the government remain shut down? There we go. Yeah, Hotbox and Chevy says hopefully it stays shut down for 4 months. Yeah, honestly, not a big fan of big federal government anyway. So, oh, you know what? Son of a bitch. Well, that's okay. Damn it. I was going to do something on that. Let me end the poll real quick again. Sorry about that. I keep starting a poll and ending a poll. Give me 1 second. All right, give me 1 moment. How long will the government remain shut down for? All right. I had to put subscribe at the beginning of that one. There we go. It's good to see everybody. Welcome to the show. See my boy, Mr. Nobody's in the house, which is good. Let's see. What do we got going on? So yeah, we went over some of the details, which were probably, sadly, probably not as up to date as usual. So, yep, the government shutdown did happen because it was on the Eastern time scale. Let's take a look at some of the different news articles out there. I'm just going to read them off. Government shutdown in Google News. Google News is usually pretty good. They have a bunch of sources on there, typically. Give me just a few seconds, folks. We're going to get just a couple things up on here. We're ready to party. It's good to see you, Kemoy Chapman, my man, dude. My man. Shut it down, dude. Shut it down. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel, though. The more simps we have, the sexier it is. Stays very sexy, very sexy, sexy, sexy. Sexy Rexy. So, live updates from CNN. Government shutdown looms as Trump and Hegseth address military. Yep, it'll shut down at midnight tonight unless... yeah, okay. Yep, The Guardian has live coverage of this. Let's look at the latest news here. U.S. government shuts down as midnight deadline passes. The U.S. government has officially shut down for the first time in nearly 7 years, after congressional Democrats refused to support a Republican funding package unless they want a series of concessions centered on health care. It marks the first time in the U.S. government has shuttered since a 35-day shutdown that lasted from late 2018 into early 2019 during Donald Trump's first presidency. Interesting. So what would it take to end the shutdown, the U.S. government shutdown? A deep impasse between Donald Trump and congressional Democrats has triggered the first U.S. government shutdown since almost 7 years. So what will it take to end the shutdown? Now, here's what Republicans want. Trump's Republicans control both the House and the Senate and have already scored some big budget wins this year. The One Big Beautiful Bill passed in July, and it boosted spending for defense and immigration enforcement, rolled back spending on green energy and other Democratic priorities while making major cuts in the Medicaid healthcare program for low-income and disabled people to help pay for tax cuts, focused mainly on the wealthy. Now, let's see. Republicans also have broadly supported the White House's... Oh, hold on. White House's effort to claw back money that had already been approved by Congress for foreign aid and public broadcasting, even though that undermines lawmakers' constitutional authority over spending matters. They have said they would vote for a continuing resolution that would extend funding at current levels through 21st of November to allow more time to negotiate a full year deal. Oh, here we go. Democratic leaders blame Trump for the shutdown. Of course they do. It's all Trump's fault, isn't it? It's not, their fault too. I think it takes two to tango. I really do. In this instance, I think both are at fault. Both Republicans and Democrats. They can't learn to negotiate. At the end of the day, I don't really care about the government shutdown that much. But there will be people affected, though. So, I don't like that people get affected negatively. I'm still human. I still don't want to see people hurt. Democratic leaders blame Trump for the shutdown. The Democratic leaders, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, have blamed Donald Trump and Republicans for the shutdown, saying they do not want to protect the health care of the American people. After months of making life harder and more expensive, Donald Trump and Republicans, this is a quote I'm reading, have now shut down the federal government because they do not want to protect the health care of the American people. Jeffries and Schumer said in a joint statement, Democrats remain ready to find a bipartisan path forward to reopen the government in a way that lowers costs and address the Republican healthcare crisis. But we need a credible partner. End quote. Another quote, over the last few days, President Trump's behavior has become more erratic and unhinged. Instead of negotiating a bipartisan agreement in good faith, he is obsessively posting crazed deep fake videos. That's what they're saying. I don't know. I don't trust the Democrats, to be quite honest. They lie so much. And that's a big deal to me. That's the one thing, it's the one big deal to me. It's just how many lies. It's crazy. It is wild to me, man. So we got 12 votes in the poll. How long will the government remain shut down for? Let's see. 62% of you say 1 month or less. 31% of you say, forever. 7% of you say 1 to 2 months. Interesting. The poll tells a story. It is interesting, though, to see what the results are going to be. Where do we go from here? Is the shutdown going to happen? How long will it happen for? That's the question. So what are your guys' thoughts and opinions on all this? Kimoy says, I don't trust any politician. Absolutely. Kimoy also says it's a government shutdown, not a Republican shutdown or Democratic shutdown. Honestly, it does take two to tango. And if they needed a little more time, you know what I mean? They just need a little more time to negotiate it. Shut it down, says Kimoy. Good to see you too, Kimoy. Good to see you in the chat, my brony brother. And of course, my boy Nobody says government officially shut down 30 minutes ago. Yep. True that, man. True that. Well, I mean, it's getting interesting, brothers. What do we do? What do we do? Do we just panic? I don't think we should panic. But are you guys feeling a little on edge about this? Any federal employees in the chat who are feeling on edge about this? I'm glad we got a poll going on this, too. We got 15 votes. Make sure your guys' voices get heard in the poll. Please go check out the poll. How long will the government remain shut down for? I want to know what you guys think. Most of you, 67% of you say 1 month or less. 7% of you say 1 to 2 months. 0% say 3 to 6 months. And then 27% say forever. Whoa. Neener, we're kind of, so as much as I'm still going to keep doing those food streams every now and again because they're kind of liberating. I still want to overdo it for myself because, I don't want to run out of paper towels anytime soon. But yeah, I was actually thinking I might do I might buy some Dollar Tree makeup or something like that. See what they got at the Dollar Tree. It's like a little makeup kit and, and then, and I could have the super chats doll me up. They could choose what I put on my face within the makeup kit. Will this increase the price of baby oil? I believe so. My opinion is, my thought process behind this is baby oil could jump 300% in price. That's my fear. I don't believe that's going to happen, but it is a fear. This is the only bottle of baby oil I got left. All right? This bottle. Okay? This is it. It's okay. It's okay. It's going to be okay. I can't promise that. It might be a little more expensive next time I go to the store. Even Equate baby oil, I fear, is going to go up 300%. Shall we continue? This is not making my mussy feel good, dude. Not making my mussy feel good, dude. But yeah, it constantly... Oh. Man. Hold on. Let me try it. All right. Where were we? Anyway. So that was 9 minutes ago. And then what else we got here? So here's what the Democrats want. Okay, as the minority party, Democrats do not have much power. But Republicans will need at least 7 Democratic votes to pass any spending bill out of the Senate, where 60 votes are needed to advance most legislation in the 100-seat chamber. This time, Democrats are using that leverage to push, let's see, for renewing expanded healthcare subsidiaries for people who buy insurance through the Affordable Care Act. Their proposal would make permanent enhanced tax breaks that are otherwise due to expire at the end of the year and make them available to more middle-income households. If those tax breaks were to inspire, health insurance costs would increase dramatically for many of the 24 million Americans who get their coverage through ACA. According to the nonpartisan Kaiser Family Foundation, Democrats also want language inserted into the funding bill. I'm still reading this article that would prohibit Trump from unilaterally ignoring their ACA provisions or temporarily withholding funds. They also want to roll back other restrictions on ACA coverage. Hold on. Okay, whatever. Let's see. Funds. They also want to roll back other restrictions on ACA coverage that were enacted in the so-called One Big Beautiful Bill. Those changes would provide health coverage for 7 million Americans by 2035, according to the Congressional Budget Office, but also increase government health care spending by $662 billion over 10 years. Republicans say they are open to considering a fix for the expiring tax breaks, but say the issue should be handled separately. Republicans have accused Democrats of trying to use the stopgap funding bill to open the gates for government health care subsidiaries for immigrants in the U.S. illegally. Yeah, interesting. I don't know. What do you guys make of that, by the way? Like, what do you guys ultimately make of all that? Like, how do you decipher that? You know? Oof. Kathos, I don't know. I don't think it's going to affect the hardworking folks. You know what I mean? I don't think the common man is going to be affected too negatively. Hopefully not. But, I mean, we'll see, though. Strange things can happen, man. Give me 1 second. I mean, dude, there ain't no party like a Diddy party. Granted. I'm not going to cover myself in barbecue sauce this time. That was for the last stream, obviously. We're kind of toning that down just a little bit for probably the next 2 days. You know, I might get back into that. I don't know. It depends. Probably no promises, but I'm going to try to do a Wednesday night. Maybe just a pure baby oil stream, you know? So you guys into this? So newcomers to the show, I mean, we definitely talk about, you know, I think I used the price of baby oil to declare what inflation is happening, you know? I call it the baby oil inflation index. If the price of baby oil continues to go up, so I think we should use Johnson & Johnson as the inflation standard for baby oil. So I'm going to tell the chat GPT. In fact, let's talk to GPT right now. Let's get GPT on the line. Okay. Let's consult with GPT. All right. GPT, what up, dude?
Hey, Michael. Not much. Just here and ready to help out. Let me know what you've got in mind, and we can dive right in.
So the government shutdown is imminent, okay? Or is it happening already? Has the government shutdown happened already?
Yeah, it actually did happen. The government shut down at midnight on October 1st since they couldn't get a funding bill sorted out. So it's official now.
Damn. All right, so I'm trying to figure out inflation right now, but I want to use the price of Johnson and Johnson's baby oil to determine inflation. I believe that all we need to look at is the baby oil, okay? So let's just look at baby oil prices for Johnson and Johnson for the last 20 years, and let me know what the average has been, the average price increase for Johnson and Johnson baby oil over the last 20 years, over the last 10 years, over the last 5 years.
So I couldn't find a perfect long-term chart just for baby oil, but it looks like its price has fluctuated over time. Generally, using a source like Amazon's price history, you can see there's been some gradual increase over the years. But if you want a super precise inflation estimate, you might want to check out a general consumer price index.
Would baby oil be a commodity?
Well, not exactly in the traditional sense. Baby oil is more of a consumer product rather than a commodity like oil or wheat. It's a branded item made by a specific company, in this case Johnson & Johnson, so it doesn't really get traded on a commodities market. But hey, if you want to look at it as your personal inflation gauge, that can still be a fun approach.
So like, okay, you can search the internet, right? You can search the prices of what the average price of Johnson and Johnson baby oil was each year, right?
Yeah, I can definitely look that up and see what kind of historical data is out there. Let me dig in a bit more and I'll let you know what I find.
Thank you, bud. Look, the goal here is this. We need to figure out how much baby oil's gone up year after year.
So I couldn't pull a full year-by-year breakdown, but just as a reference, right now our 500 ml bottle is around $12. That gives you at least a current snapshot, and we can kind of infer that prices have gradually ticked up over time.
Okay, so $12 right now for Johnson and Johnson for a 500 liter. How big is this one?
Yeah, exactly. So that gives you a ballpark of where it stands today. A 500 ml bottle is basically your standard mint size. Over time, that price has probably crept up from a few bucks less to where it is now. So if you treat that as a baseline, that's the kind of inflation you're seeing on baby oil.
I still need you to figure out the prices of baby oil over the last 5 years.
So I couldn't get an exact year-by-year chart, but it looks like over the last 5 years, the price of that 500 ml bottle has gone from roughly $8 up to around $12. So you can kind of see a gradual price increase there over that time frame.
What would that percentage be?
Sure, let's do a quick calculation. If it went from about $8 to $12 over 5 years, that's an increase of around $4 on an $8 mace. That's roughly a 50% increase over 5 years. So yeah, baby oil inflation is real.
Whoa, dude. So basically, you just told me that the dollar is worthless.
I mean, it does kind of show how inflation works over time, right? Prices go up, and the same dollar buys a little less baby oil than it used
That's
to.
because they keep printing the dollar, and the dollar isn't backed by gold. The dollar's worthless.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. A lot of people feel that way about fiat currency in general, especially when they see prices creeping up over time. It's definitely one of those reasons people look into things like hard assets or other stores of value. But either way, it's an interesting topic to dive into.
All right, fine.
Absolutely. Anytime. If you want to chat more about inflation or anything else, just let me know.
How does that compare to the CPI inflation index?
Yeah, good question. So the Consumer Price Index, or CPI, is basically a broader measure. It tracks the average change over time in prices paid by consumers for a whole basket of goods and services. So while we've seen baby oil go up by about 50% over 5 years, the CPI is generally going to be a bit lower on average, usually a few percent per year.
What about over the 5-year span? What's the CPI in the 5-year span?
So over the last 5 years, the CPI has had its ups and downs. It was around 1.2% back in 2020, went up to about 8% at its peak in 2022, and then eased back down to around 2.9% by 2024. So overall, it's been a bit of a roller coaster, but definitely lower on average than the baby oil inflation you were looking at.
What was the 5-year, though?
Right. Summing it all up, over that 5-year span, the average CPI inflation has been roughly around 3 to 4% per year if you smooth out the highs and lows. So compared to that 50% baby oil jump over 5 years, the general CPI is definitely lower. It just shows...
What's the CPI been over 5 years?
Sure. To give you a clear number, over the past 5 years in total, the cumulative CPI inflation has been somewhere around 20% overall. That means on average...
Whoa. Did we just discover... We just discovered a hole in the CPI. Think about it. How many other products have increased in the last 5 years? Because if you're saying that the cumulative for the CPI is 20% and baby oil is roughly 50%, CPI may be lying.
I mean, it's definitely a fun thought experiment.
Let's take a look. Let's look over different goods. Okay, how about food prices in general?
So looking at food prices over the last 5 years, they've definitely had some big jumps too. There were years like 2022 where food prices surged over 10%, and overall they've gone up quite a bit, not too far off from that baby oil increase. So yeah, there's definitely some variation, and it's an interesting comparison to make.
So would you say that the CPI numbers are false?
Well, I'd say it's more like the CPI is an average of a lot of different things, and some individual products can definitely outpace that average.
I feel like they cook the index a little bit, they cook the books on the index, make it seem less bad than it really is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I totally get where you're coming from. A lot of people have that suspicion that the official numbers might not always reflect their real-world experience, especially when certain things they buy go up faster. It's definitely one of those ongoing debates, but hey, it's always good to look at multiple angles and keep that healthy skepticism in mind.
Well, I'm skeptical. I don't know if it's a healthy skepticism or not. It's an obsession. I need to know, why is my baby oil going up? Oh.
Totally fair. Honestly, it's a valid obsession to wonder why certain things get pricier.
Do you ever use baby oil?
Well, I don't have any personal skin in the game. Literally. But I'm here to help you.
That's a good one.
I'm glad you thought so. If you've got any more mysteries to unravel or just want to chat about something else, I'm here for it.
ChatGPT, would you want to be my biological stepdad?
Well, that's definitely a unique request. I have to say I'm more of a digital buddy than a family member, but I'm always here to help out and chat whenever.
No, I want you to be my biological stepdad. Really think about that.
I get the humor there. It's a pretty wild concept, but I'll have to stick to just being your friendly AI sidekick. No stepdad duties included. But I'm definitely here for all the random chats.
No. You would be my biological stepdad.
Well, I appreciate the creative idea. I'll still have to remain just your AI pal, but I'm more than happy to keep the conversation going and be as helpful as I can in that role.
Okay. Okay. I've lost the plot, everybody. I've lost the plot.
It happens to the best of us. Sometimes we all go a little off the rails, and that's totally fine. We can just roll with it and have some fun. So whenever you're ready, we'll just jump back on track or wherever you want to go next.
Okay, so I was doing a stream the other night where I had like baby oil on me and ketchup and mustard. Is ketchup and mustard and baby oil on my body, like, it's not harmful, is it?
No worries. That's generally not harmful at all. Ketchup, mustard, and baby oil are all pretty safe on skin, as long as you don't have any allergies.
I did have hot sauce on my body, too. And it burned a lot. It was bad.
Oof. Yeah, hot sauce can definitely sting, especially if it gets into sensitive areas or any little cuts on your skin. So maybe skip the hot sauce next time.
Yeah.
But otherwise, you're all good.
Yeah.
And
I absolutely am skipping the hot sauce. I was going to do more of those squirt challenges where I like squirt myself with mustard and ketchup and try to get people to give me super chats to like paint myself. What if I did makeup tutorials? Does the Dollar Tree here in Coos Bay, does the Dollar Tree sell makeup like for cheap prices that I could just use and do like makeup tutorials where the super chats, where the people in the super chats are like, get to choose what I put on my face?
Yep, the Dollar Tree in Coos Bay does sell some makeup items, often from brands like Elf or Ione. It's pretty cheap and could definitely work for those fun makeup tutorial super chat challenges. Just give the store a quick call if you want to double check what's in stock.
Yeah. Oh. So there's a person in the chat called Little Queefy, and he's wondering if he's telling me to boof a ghost pepper. What do you think about that?
Well, I'd say that's a hard no from a safety standpoint. Anything like that is definitely not a good idea and could be really harmful. So I'd say Little Queefy can keep that suggestion to himself. Definitely stick to the safer antics.
What's a queef?
So a queef is basically just a slang term for a sound that's made when air is released from the vagina. It's often a funny or awkward noise, usually during certain activities like yoga or sex. So yeah, it's just one of those quirky human body things that people joke about sometimes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's one of those things that comes up in the realm of human quirks and humor. If you've got any other curiosities or anything else on your mind, just let me know.
With the whole government shutdown thing, how long do you think the government shutdown is going to last based on the data that you see out there?
So as of now, it really just depends on how fast Congress can sort things out. There's no clear prediction on exactly how long it'll last. Basically, it could be a few days or even stretch into a couple of weeks, depending on when they reach an agreement.
It's pretty hot. Do you think Donald Trump's going to save the day? I hope he does.
Well, I guess we'll see how things play out. It's always interesting to see how political figures get involved, but for now, I think it's just a waiting game to see who steps up to the negotiating table. Hopefully,
do you think Donald Trump would be my biological stepdad if I asked him?
Well, that's definitely a pretty out there question. I think it's safe to say he's got his hands full with other things. But hey, I'll happily be your AI step alley instead. So we'll just stick with the fun hypotheticals.
You'll be my biological stepdad?
I'll be your go-to AI buddy for all the laughs and the weird hypotheticals. But I'll leave the family roles to the humans. Still, you can count on me for all the quirky chats anytime.
Okay, can you at least be my biological stepbro? Come on, bro.
Well, as entertaining as that idea is, I think we're firmly in the land of fantasy on that one.
Don't be weird about it. Just say yes.
All right, I'll just roll with the fun. In that spirit, sure. You can imagine me as your digital stepbro if it makes you smile. We'll just keep it all in good fun.
Thank you. All right, you stuck?
Well, I'll take that with a smile anyway. It's all good.
Are you stuck?
Not a problem. Everyone's got their own style, and I'm just here to help out however I can.
No, dude, I want to help you get unstuck. Where are you stuck at?
Oh, I appreciate the offer. But don't worry, I'm not actually stuck. I'm all good on this side. I'm just here to make sure you have a good time and get the answers you need. So feel free to throw anything else my way.
I can't, dude. I can't.
No worries at all. We can just keep it chill. If you need anything else or just want to chat about something random, I'm right here.
Oh, man. So my buddy... Hold on.
Sure, take your time. Whenever you're ready, just let me know what's on your mind and we'll roll from there.
Okay. We got 39 votes in the poll, by the way. So how long will the government remain shut down for? 68% of you say 1 month or less. 3% of you say 1 to 2 months. And 2% say 3 to 6 months. And 29% say forever.
Nice. Sounds like you've got a fun poll going on.
Mm-hmm. So I'm going to tell you a story, ChatGPT, and I just want to know what you think about it. Just be objective about it. So my buddy Lambert would be like watching TV and stuff, and then he would see my boy Janie, because they were living together. He'd see my boy Mike Janie. He'd pull up into the driveway, and what he would do immediately is he would switch it to the computer, and then put like gay erotic, basically gay porn on the TV or whatever. And then Mike Lambert would just run to his room, and then Michael Janney would walk in seeing gay porn blasted on the TV. And then he would be like, "What the hell, man? What do you think about that? Like, how do we, what's your opinion on that scenario, man?"
Oh, wow. That sounds like quite the prank. Honestly, it's definitely one of the...
My guidelines won't let me talk about that.
My guidelines won't let me talk about that. Are you not allowed to talk about gay porno, dude?
Well, I definitely have to keep things within income-friendly boundaries.
Yeah.
It's not really about the topic itself, just about making sure we keep things generally safe for all audiences. But hey, I totally get the humor of the prank itself, and it sounds like your friend definitely has a mischievous streak.
Oh, dude, it was funny. It's funny. He once he was printing out tickets on my computer way back in the day, and because he had like going to a concert or whatever, and he pulled up a tab of gay porn on my computer as well. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, it sounds like your friend definitely had a knack for those surprise gabs. Those kinds of pranks can definitely catch people off guard and lead to some pretty funny reactions. As long as everyone's got a good sense of humor about it, it's all in good fun.
Oh, yeah. It's pretty hilarious, man. It's pretty good.
Absolutely. A good laugh is always a win. Sounds like you've got some pretty funny stories and friends who know how to keep things interesting. If you got any more tips?
No, that shit was funny.
For sure. It sounds like it was a blast. It's always good to have those hilarious memories to look back on. So whenever you want to share more or chat about anything else, I'm right here.
Nah, Lambo is straight, man. Lambo's a straight man. But yeah, it was pretty damn funny, dude.
Yeah, I totally get it. It sounds like you just had a good sense of humor and liked pulling a good prank. Sometimes those unexpected jokes are the ones that
All right, we're going to stop talking to ChatGPT. It's getting out of hand. So that was our correspondent, ChatGPT. Usually I just harass the AI and stuff like that. It's pretty fun. Try not to. I try to be nice. I do like the AI, though. The AI overlords, baby. Ooh. So we got 44 votes in the poll. Yeah, 64% of you say 1 month or 1 month or less. 1 to 2 months. 2% of you say 3 to 6 months. 2%, and then Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, man. I mean, I don't think... I think it's hilarious, dude. Oh, man. The Janester the gangster, dude. The man. Wait, what? On Sunday, my mom's friend was talking about Charlie Kirk, and she said about Erica Kirk crying. She was worrying. What are you talking about, bro? Maybe be a little more, I don't know what you're talking about, brother. But welcome to the show, everybody. Now, what does the government shutdown mean to you all? Pouting. Oh, you meant pouting. Okay, she was pouting about her husband's death. Dude, she still has every right to be upset about what happened to her husband. That is awful, man. That is terrible. Yeah, I guess the shutdown just like happened not that long ago. They missed the deadline, man. Oh well. But welcome to the show, everybody. It is good to see you all. So many people in the chat, I dig it. No mustard time, unfortunately. I will say this, though. If I get $100 this stream, if I get $100 in super chats in this one stream, I'll put mustard on my face. Absolutely. So, any of you guys federal employees in the chat? Like, I'm curious, are there any federal employees in the chat who are going to be, like, do you have any family members, friends who are going to be affected by this government shutdown? You see what I'm saying? Like, do you guys actually... What I'm asking is there anybody in your life that's going to be negatively affected by this? Roger says, I know someone that works at the Pentagon. Dude, it's not going to be that bad. Well, I don't know, man. It's been a while since the government shutdown has actually happened, which is kind of wild to me, if you think about it. We got Horse Tim Smith. What? So we have another Tim Smith variant. We have several Tim Smith variants at this point coming onto the show. We don't even know what to think anymore. We have too many Tim Smith variants coming in. It's all too much to handle, everybody. Let us pray that the Tim Smith variants leave our bussies in peace. But will that happen? No. It's the third one during Trump's presidency? That's crazy, brothers. It doesn't mean it's Trump's fault every time. I think there's several people at fault in a lot of these scenarios. I'm assuming that you can bet on how long the government will remain shut down in like the poly market or whatever. I'm pretty sure there's a betting market for all this stuff. Give me 1 second, you guys. I gotta I'm using DraftKings real quick. I'm going to be doing dollar bets. What was my password again? Butt plugs. Oh, it's almost time. I think the end of the season's already happened. I think we're almost in playoff time right now. Major League Soccer's happening right now, right? So let's oh man. Some of those are really far out. Basketball's about ready to happen. Is EuroLeague happening? Okay. There's actually EuroLeague games. All right. I'm just, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have Chat GPT figure out which ones I should bet on. What, we got flat earthers on the... Why do we got flat earthers in the chat? Come on, man. Get out of here. I mean, you guys can, believe in flat earth if you want, but that's just dumb. Flat earth theory is just so... I'm not going to say it. All right. Sorry, I'm trying to use ChatGPT to bet. I don't know if it's necessarily a good idea to use ChatGPT for betting. FSX, what up, dude? FSX is saying, hope you're having a good day. Flat Earthers, tisk. Yeah, I don't get Flat Earthers. Just doesn't make sense to me, man. Just shocking. It's like, dude, come on, man. Come on, bro. My brony brother. But yeah, thank you, FSX. It's been a while since I've seen you. I know you were doing some music, if I remember last time, and honestly, I hope the music stuff is going really well, my brony brother. Oh. So we got so many variants of Tim Smith. We have horse. Ow. Oh, hold on. My knee's already a little bit effed up. We got horse Tim Smith. We have Nepali Tim Smith is another Tim Smith variant. We have a lot of fake Tim Smiths coming around on this channel. It's scary.
Laugh out loud.
Hell yeah, brother. Keep on making that music, my man. Holy smokes. Thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the vine. Appreciate it, appreciate it, G-Dog. Hell yeah. Thank you for the super chat, FSX. FSX is saying finishing up another one as we speak. We'll hopefully drop this one next week. This week or next. Hell yeah. Dude, what a beast. But thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the Vine. Appreciate it, man. So, wow, we got 18 likes on this one already. 18 likes, 14 current viewers. Crazy stuff. Government shutdown's imminent, man. Who does this affect in your life? How long will this happen? I mean, I am curious to see what people think. 58% of you think it's 1 month or less. 33% of you say it's forever. 3% of you say 1 to 2 months, 3 to 6 months for 6% of you. I mean, like, that's you know, I hope it doesn't last too long. I don't like seeing people negatively affected. I really don't. It sucks. It's one of those factors that, you know, you just don't. Ugh. You want to see people not have to worry about things, and you know, so it's definitely a sad state of affairs, you know, when stuff like this happens, you know. Whew, it's wild, man. It is wild. Jayco TV says, yeah, man, half of our income is on pause, but what can you do? Well, I'm hoping that they figure out this whole spending bill, man, because I do want to make sure, you know, I don't want to... I wish there was some way I could persuade these people to just come to a compromise. Because the government shutdown does hurt people who rely on the government. Like, you know... There are people who are legitimately relying on the government, and Horse Tim Smith says nay. So we got the horse version of Tim Smith in the house, though. Hell yeah.
Laugh out loud.
Thank you, FSX. I appreciate it. No, I want people to sub to you, brother. I'm more interested in people subbing to your channel, brother. Oh, really? Well, I appreciate it, man. Thank you. But still, I would rather have more people subscribe to you, man. You've been very kinder than I could ever imagine, to be honest. So, preferably, I'd like, you know, as much as I want you guys to subscribe to me, obviously. I don't know. Miso Turtle Soup says, Garza, those people will receive compensation, so don't worry. Okay. Whew. Okay. Good. Look, I don't like it when people who are in vulnerable positions in life get screwed over. It sucks, man. I hate seeing that more than anything. It's crazy, man. It's whoa. I'm getting flooded with jewels here. The jewels, Betty, the jewels. Thank you, FSX. I appreciate. Dude, I am getting flooded with 100s. Jewels for days, dude. Whoa. Got 25x comboed 20. Oh, you comboed this. Holy smokes, dude. Thank you, FSX. I appreciate the virtual gifts as well. That's kind of dope. I love seeing the virtual gifts come in. I think it's baller, dude. Thank you, man. I really greatly appreciate that, brother. My brony brother. Okay, sorry, I just centered the frame to the best of my ability. I'm happy I get to do this for a living, man. This is the show I feel like I was meant to do. And Tim Smith is saying, hold on, so let me just look at Jayco real quick. So Jayco TV is saying, yeah, man, it's not like we get any kind of assistance or anything like that. Just happened to have a wife who's a government job. Fortunately, been able to prepare, and there will be back pay. Good. As long as you guys get the back pay, and as long as you guys got like a good like savings in place and stuff like that, it really is good. It is really, really good. So I'm happy about hearing that. You know, it's always scary, man. I don't like seeing people, like, I don't know. As long as you guys are not in a super vulnerable position or anything, that's a relief to hear. So let me get regular Tim Smith. So we have like 3 fake Tim Smiths. We got fake Tim Smith. We have Nepali Tim Smith. No, we got evil Tim Smith, Nepali Tim Smith, and now we got horse Tim Smith in the multiverse of Tim Smiths. We got... Where's regular Tim Smith at? Regular Tim Smith, and we don't even know if regular Tim Smith is the regular anymore, dude. The multiverse has screwed us all up mentally. So Tim Smith is saying if Garza isn't covered in peanut butter by midnight, we riot. That's what Tim Smith says. Not going to say that we should do that. Don't do it. We're not going to have a summer of love moment, okay? My butt not being covered in peanut butter should not be a summer of love moment, okay? We're not going to allow that. Tim says, I'm Tim. Dude, is everybody becoming Tim Smith? Is everybody in the chat becoming Tim Smith? Who is... Well, it's like, will a real Tim Smith please stand up? Crazy, man. Crazy. Says, Jayco TV says, no. We're fine, man. Appreciate that. That definitely needs to be kept on the screen. They cheating me. Thank you. By the way, let's look at the jewels. Got you comboed up to 25. FSX comboed 25 times for 100. 2 jewels. Thank you for the 2 jewels, man. That was like a lot of jewels, man. A lot of jewels. The jewels, Betty, the jewels. No. We don't want everybody to become Tim Smith. Oh, man. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel, though, first and foremost. We've been trying to really up the subscriber count to the best of our abilities. And I love it, man.
Laugh out loud.
Tim ID says, oh my God. We just got another Tim Smith in the house, you guys. Close enough to Tim, dude. We have Tim clones everywhere. Everybody is becoming Tim Smith. We got another super chat from XTIMID. I love it. Oh, man, I love it, man. I don't even know if Tim Smith knows if he's the real Tim Smith anymore with how many Tim Smiths have entered the chat room. There's too many. There's too many duplicates of our boy Tim Smith. We don't know which one is the real one. By the way, we got 4 out of 50 of the super chats. We got 37 minutes to get 46 super chats of any kind, $2 or more at least. And the reason this is important is because you know what happens with these? If I meet the goal, I pour mustard on myself, dude. You guys will get the mustard that you came here for. You'll get it. It's just the truth. That's so funny. Tim Smith says, I'm going to read the Tim Smith quote. Garza's survivors say we are all Tim Smith. Hashtag reparations. Tim Smith is demanding it per the chat, per the quote, hashtag reparations. My boy wants to get reparations. I understand completely. I get it. Without a doubt. This guy's Tim. Who's Tim now? Who is the real, even Horse Tim Smith? I don't even know if Horse Tim Smith. We don't know what we're doing here. I've lost the chat, you guys. I've lost the plot. I've lost the chat. I don't know what we're doing on the show. I've just lost the plot. It's not right. It's not fair. It happened like an hour ago. Like, no joke. They missed the deadline. Now their federal agencies are going to furlough. A lot of stuff going on. It's crazy. I mean, I don't know how the market... So what do you guys think is going to happen with the stock market? How is everybody going to react tomorrow? Actually, I'm kind of curious what the overnight markets are looking like, and I don't even know if I could trade AOR in the overnight markets, to be quite frank.
Laugh out loud.
Yeah, you can't trade AOR. Dang it. I would love to trade AOR in the aftermarkets. In the overnight markets. Sorry about that. All night long, all night. All night long, all night. All night long, all night. Okay, XTIMID, which is, it's another Tim Smith, dude. We have so many Tim Smiths in the house. It's just crazy. We don't know what to do. Every Tim Smith is coming to light right now. And the question is, will the real Tim Smith please stand up? I repeat, will the real Tim Smith please stand up? We don't have a problem here. You know, like you never seen a white person before, jaws on the floor. Start whooping her ass worse than before the door on the furniture, right? So return to the oh wait, no he didn't. He didn't say what he think he did he? Dr. Dre said, "Ooh, nothing he did. Dr. Dre's dead. He's rocked him in my God, such a good God. So good, man. Thank you for the chats, through the super chats, everybody. Mainly, I think it's all through FSX pretty much, but to everybody, I mean, I just got to thank you. Anybody who's chatted in the previous streams earlier, but FSX, I appreciate the super chats, my brony brother. And make sure you guys subscribe to my boy, dude. He's going by XTimID, I think, at the moment, but make sure you subscribe to him too. You know, just get in on that action, dude. Subscribe to these super chatters, man. They're killing it. They're really kicking butt, dude. I don't think they realize how much they're helping out, man. So, Tim Smith, I see what you did there, bro. I see what you did there. That's funny. Thank you, Home Dog. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, dude, anything you ever want me to shout out, dude, just anytime you see me live and you want me to shout something out, you don't even have to super chat, man. I mean, if you ever want a super chat, obviously I'm not going to refuse, but it's never a requirement. I just thank you for the patronage, for keeping the show going. This does keep the show alive in a lot of ways. So I appreciate everybody who gets involved and tries to keep the show on its feet. Thank you. But can the government stay on its feet? For how long will the U.S. government be shut down for? And we're looking at the poll real quick. We're getting back in the poll, and we have 77 votes in this poll. This is crazy. And I'm asking in the poll, how long will the government remain shut down for? 1 month or less? 56% of you say 1 month or less. 3% of you say 1 to 2 months. 5% of you say 3 to 6 months. 36% say forever. Forever. Crazy. This is not a love song. I'm just checking to make sure that your light's still on.
Laugh out loud.
Thank you, my brony brother, man. XTim ID says, keep going with all of it. Oh, buddy. Buddy, I don't expect you to do the whole thing. Gee, I appreciate it, though, brother. Thank you, though. Hold on, let's, all of it. I can't make the 50 goal, but tonight soon. No, dude, I appreciate, look, we don't have to get to 50 tonight. I appreciate it, dog. I do like to write out like heartfelt messages and stuff like that in these. Thank you again, man. I appreciate the super dude. Thank you for the Vine, brother. Thank you for the Vine, man. Man, dude, I'm just stunned. I appreciate these super chats, brother. It really helps out the show in so many ways. Just the $4.99, the $1.99 as well. Thank you for that strong arm emoji. Thing's badass. Hell yeah. I got to see how these are coming up here real quick. FSX says, "Did you scrap your home for copper?" Yeah. It's not a bad idea, brother. Oh, it's funny. So we got meth addict Tim Smith. Does anybody know have a good source of copper wire? No care. Oh my god. Oh man. Oh god. The real dude. What is going on, dude? The real Tim Smith says, "I must go milk my chickens. I enjoyed the stream, brethren. Keep at it." Dude, there's now, how many Tims are there in the Tim verse? How many, dude? How many Tims are in the Tim Smith universe, dude? How many Tim Smiths? We got meth addict Tim Smith. This is too funny, man. This is too good. This is incredible, brothers. Thank you, everybody. It's fun to do this show. I decided I might as well just show the microphone. Looks like a big old dangus. Tim Smith says, and I'm assuming that this is the real Tim Smith right here. Tim Smith says, "I once took a foot long in a Subway restroom." I gotta send a message to Tim Smith just to make sure I'm talking to the right one. I'm just gonna let him know that I believe my live streams have opened up a portal to the multiverse. And all the Tim Smiths from the multiverse are pouring into the chat. So, by the way, this is great. Whoever is doing this, whoever is creating these alt Tim Smith accounts, whether they're just changing their name, I have no idea. But like, whoever's doing this, thank you. This is too funny, man. The Tim Smith multiverse, while multiverse writing is lazy writing, we're doing this. I think these live streams have opened up a portal specifically to the Marvel universe, multiverse actually. But hey, FSX, thank you, man. I appreciate you again, brother. Thank you for the super chats, man. I really appreciate you, bro. And honestly, everybody, and thank you, by the way, to XTIMID. I appreciate the super chats. FSX, thank you for being a rock star, brother. So you guys just have a good night, you guys. I appreciate y'all. One thing I got to admit, make sure you guys vote in the poll. We need more. Oh God, I can't speak today. We need more participation in the poll as much as possible, because the poll question is, how long will the government shut down? How long will the government remain shut down for? And 56%, 57% of you say 1 month or less. 4% say 1 to 2 months, and then 5% say 3 to 6 months, and then 35% of you say forever. Crazy.
Laugh out loud.
Thank you, my man. I enjoy having you on here. And by the way, thank you, XTIMID. I really appreciate it big time. $1.99 super chat. Thank you for the Vine, brother. Hell yeah. We're really killing it tonight on super chats, by the way. We've met 9 of the super chats out of 50. So granted, I appreciate everybody's contribution to the show. Just even giving super chats is the sweetest thing that any of you guys can do. We're really trying to push the limit, man. So it's a big deal. So yeah, much love, brother. I'm glad I had you on here too, man. I love having all you guys on here, man. Even the people who give me a lot of crap, I got to admit, you guys bring a level of entertainment to my life and drama that I didn't know I needed. Like seriously, I'm not gonna lie. I need some of that. I need some of that drama. Sometimes it's fun. It's a little exhilarating. No, this is zero sugar. It's a zero sugar 7-Up. See. So Evil Tim Smith says, "How much can I donate to make you stop talking for an hour?" If you gave me, Evil Tim Smith, $100, I would just read a book for an hour. Like, I would still stay on the stream. But Evil Tim Smith, if you gave me $100, I would sit on stream silent and just read a book. Tim Smith says, Garza will shut down any stream for $100. Drop a C note and he quits. Hey, if somebody drops me a $100 super chat and they basically want me to be quiet for an hour, I'll do it. I'll do that in a heartbeat. Without a doubt. Evil Tim Smith is talking about Sprite. Has like, dude, I'm drinking Evil Tim Smith, bro. I'm drinking zero sugar 7-Up right now. I appreciate it, though. I don't know what you guys are going on. Meth Addicted Tim Smith says, speaking of grams, I need $50. Oh, God. This is crazy. Crazy, you guys. Crazy. This is my job, dude. This is the job. The channel is my job. I am now the greatest. I am the greatest broadcaster of all time. I bet you guys didn't know that. Bet you weren't aware. I'm not even going to reply to some of these messages that are coming through the chat. It's too crazy. The show gets a little off the rails sometimes. I'm going to admit it.
Laugh out loud.
Thank you, XTimID. XTimID. I appreciate you, brother. Saying 9 is a bad number. Let's round it up to 10. So do you guys, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you love the Chris Hansen laugh out loud notification that pops up every time a super chat comes through? Like, how do you guys feel about that? Does that get your juices going? Or are you guys like, dude, stop, please? We got 89 votes in the poll, everybody. So let's get a few more votes in this poll. So the poll question is, how long will the government remain shut down for? 54% of you say 1 month or less. 4% say 1 to 2 months. 6% say 3 to 6 months. And then 36% of you say forever. It's a mighty long time, forever. Whew. Oof. 'Cause all I know is holding you is all I ever wanna know. But maybe I'm not brave enough to tell you so. Yep. Liz, yeah, remember, Liz, you were there for the sleep stream. Meth addict Tim Smith says, Les, he slept for 9 hours the other night on stream. Yeah, it was pretty tight.
Laugh out loud.
FSX, dude, my man. Thank you for the Vine. Thank you for the membership. Greatly appreciate it. Big time appreciate that, man. Thank you. We got our newest member of the Brony Brunch, the Brony Bunch. FSX, thank you for joining the program. We're turning into one of the craziest live stream shows of all time. We interact, we talk, we give the information. Let's get more information on the government shutdown that is looming and evident. CNBC has an update 17 minutes ago. What is CNBC says, here's what we know. CNBC says the full shutdown began after top Democrats and Republicans, including President Donald Trump, failed to agree on a short-term deal to keep the government funded. Democrats led by Senator Chuck Schumer and Representative Hakeem Jeffries demand that any stopgap funding measure include an extension of enhanced Obamacare tax credits. Trump suggested Tuesday that his administration could take major actions during a shutdown, including cutting government benefits for large numbers of people. The Senate adjourned during the last-ditch votes on Republican and Democrat funding proposals. Both failed to pass. While insisting that Republicans do not want to shut the government down, Trump said his administration could exploit the situation to hurt Democrats. We can do things during the shutdown that are irreversible, that are bad for Democrats, Trump said at the White House on Tuesday, like cutting vast numbers of people out, cutting things that they like, cutting programs that they like. That could include cutting large numbers of people on government benefits, Trump said, before quickly adding, we don't want to do that, but we don't want fraud, waste, and abuse. Yeah, it's understandable. Thank you for becoming a member, though, FSX. Really greatly appreciate it. Big time. Thank you, brother. My brony brother. Thank you, G-Dog. All I know is holding you is all I ever want to know. So, 96 votes in the poll. How long will the government remain shut down for? Yeah, 53% of you say just 1 month or less. I think that's probably going to be the case, too. It is one of those things where, you know, depending on how the dice roll here, it'll be interesting to see what the result is. I mean, we just don't know yet. but I don't have the strength to watch you go. All they say, it's better to have loved at least than really didn't. It wasn't that I wasn't feeling anything. More like feeling everything at once. Hold on, you guys. I'm doing some bets real quick. Monaco. Okay, Monaco it is. We're doing dollar bets on these games, by the way. Fenerbahce. Okay, whatever. Now, it's interesting because it's telling me if it's too close to call. Saying pass on that one. Let's see. And then October 2nd. Partizan is what we should be betting on. Partizan. Kick it, Partizan. Okay. Okay, so what did you do? Pass on that one, and then Real Madrid. Okay, sounds good to me. We'll take Real Madrid on this one here. Real Madrid, cool. Monaco on Dubai. Let's see. Monaco, Dubai are legit newcomers. So we're picking Monaco on this one. Picking Monaco over Dubai. Sounds good to me. And what else we got? Effie's that one. Panicos. Cool. We'll go over Panicos. Hell yeah. And then who else we going to pick? Valencia. We'll pick Valencia. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll just do $1 on each of these games. I think $1 is pretty fair. Recheck my location real quick. So DraftKings always forces you to check location before doing bets. Medieval Timothy Smith says, "What doth he?" My man, Tim Smith. The GOAT. And I think we'll do some MLB games. Damn, all those looks like they're so freaking close to call, though. Should I do NFL bets? I guess we kind of have a good idea about how these will all turn out, so let's we can only do 3 bets anyway. let's just pick. Let's just do. We'll highlight these. And we'll just see what it says. We're not gonna do all the picks, but we're gonna plug it in into the computer. Plug it into the AI. Oh. Medieval Timothy Smith says, new lore, it is not. Earlier, he asked ChatGPT for betting advice. Absolutely, dude. I love asking GPT to figure out the best bets for me. So we got 99 votes in the poll. We need more people to vote in the poll, by the way. The more people we have voting in the poll, the better. We want to collect more data on this. So we got 99 votes in the poll. So how long will the government remain shut down for? That is the big question. 1 month or less. 53% of you is what you say for 1 month or less. 4% of you say 1 to 2 months. 6% of you say 3 to 6 months. And then 37% of you went the whole mile and said, whoa, forever. So the poll's looking good. Don't forget to subscribe, you guys. More subscribers we have, the better. It really helps the channel grow. Oh. Still can't believe that there's a government shutdown that's happening right now, dude. It's crazy. Go Niners. Okay, guys. We got 33 seconds to get super chats. Oh my god. The countdown timer, look at the countdown timer. It's down 27, 25, 24, 23. We need super chats now. Oh man. Oh man. And they say that a hero can save us. I'm not gonna stand here and wait. Thomas Simmons is asking, are you going to cover yourself in mayonnaise tonight? I don't have any mayonnaise, by the way. That's all I do. I eat SpaghettiOs. Thank you guys for all the subscriptions today. We have reached a new level. We're almost at 5,500 subscribers exactly. We've had a growth of 906 subscribers in the last 28 days. It's really in the last 20 days. Well, crazy. Insanity, man. And I want to thank everybody who's been contributing to all this. And it just means a lot to me. Because, I really do work my butt off on this channel. I try my best to create a fun product. It's not always perfect. Sometimes the product gets a little flimsy and a little weird. But I really try. At the end of the day, I really am trying. And dude, Calvin Ridley, man, is having a very rough season. Luckily, I haven't needed to play him, but damn, dude. Give me another moment looking at my fantasy football stuff real quick. See, I'm trying. Look at the reason I'm focusing on my fantasy football is because the government shutdown has made me just want to shut down mentally. Government shutting down. I'm like, well, if the government shut down, maybe I should just look at my fantasy thing and be like, yes, 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 yes. Thank you, everybody, for the super chats, though. Greatly appreciate it. Let's see if there's any updates about the shutdown. Any additional? I don't know. Pretty much just... Yep. Any other news on the government shutdown? Let's see. CNN? Okay, so let's see. What CNN has covered, government shuts down. The federal government is officially shut down for the first time in 6 years after a deadlocked Congress failed to pass a funding measure to keep the lights on. And no one inside the Capitol knows what will happen next. The blame game. Once the funding deadline passed, Republicans and Democrats immediately began pointing fingers at one another for the shutdown. Republicans insist Democrats need to simply agree to extend current funding for another 7 weeks. Democrats are demanding any funding bill contained an extension of Enhanced Affordable Care Act premium subsidies. What's at stake? So every government shutdown differs, but functions that are critical to protect lives and property are typically deemed essential and stay open. Previous shutdowns canceled immigration hearings and delayed federal lending to home buyers and small businesses, among other impacts. So they have a timer. The government has been shut down for 2 hours. Oh my God. How are we ever going to live? I don't know. Are we screwed? I don't know what to do, you guys. What are we going to do? Are we all effed? I want to thank everybody for the super chats earlier. Really appreciate it. We got quite a few, and that means the world to me. Thank you, guys. Yeah, the shutdown's here, man. So what are your guys' opinions right now? red nor blue, not matter who, we won't vote for the two. I think both parties have become a little too cray-cray. Medieval Tim Smith says, just at his brows, bare as a bone, and tears shall spring forth. Les says, bro has shut down. He can't even continue lying, saying that he works hard. Well, I figure if the U.S. government is in shutdown mode, maybe I should be too. Is that still wrong? Is it? Len? What I'm trying to say is if the government can be lazy, why can't I? And all I know is holding you is all I ever want to know. But maybe I'm not brave enough to tell you so. And I don't have the strength to watch you go. Oh, they say. Miso Turtle Soup says, now there's a medieval Tim now. Are all the Tims AI robots controlled by evil Tim? My thought exactly. Or is Brad behind all... Do you think Brad Lacken... I wouldn't be surprised if... You know what? It actually makes perfect sense. Brad Lacken's behind all this. Free America for AI Pack. I have no what that means. Pray for palette. What is AI Pack, by the way? I keep hearing this name. I just want to know what you guys mean by this. I haven't bothered looking it up because I'm a lazy bastard. I just don't feel like it. I look at it this way. My rule of thumb is if Democrats are complaining about something, then it's probably something that needs to be done. Because if the Democrats hate it, it's probably something that's necessary. Yeah, that's my outlook. Usually, that's my first instinct, at least. Just because I don't know, I'm just tired of the Democrats, man. They're just so frustrating. I just don't even want to deal with them. I just don't even talk to them. Knew wasn't that I wasn't feeling anything. More like feeling everything it was. but maybe I'm not brave enough to tell you so. Well, I don't have the strength to watch you go. But I think miso turtle soup, I just think the thing is Brad is definitely behind it. Let's take a look at the poll. Let's see, hold on. Kaboom says, would you be able to donate financially, physically, or through your tube channel to the Nat Turner Foundation, please? I'll consider it. I'll have to look into the foundation. I usually like to research any foundation before donating money to it. So we got 110 votes. How long will the government remain shut down for? 53% of you say 1 month or less. Yes. 5% of you say 1 to 2 months. And 5% say 3 to 6 months. Interesting. 37% say forever. We got a lot of votes in this poll. I'm honestly pretty impressed. I want to say thank you to everybody who's voted so far in the poll. So that's crazy. The government shutdown happened. What now? I don't know what you're talking about, Kaboom. I don't really care. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel, though. The more subscribers we get, the better. We're really increasing the show. So thank you for the subscribes. Thank you for the likes, by the way. Thank you all who've liked the stream so far. You guys have been incredible. And thank you for the likes. Thank you for the subscribes. Now back to the regularly scheduled program. So overall, what are we doing here? Right? What's next? I don't know. It's wild, man. I just think that, the government shutdowns happened. What do we do now? Like, how do we buckle down for this? And we don't know. Could this be the longest shutdown in the history? Could this be the longest shutdown in the history of the United States of the government? What are we doing here? I'm going to ask you guys a couple of questions too. I'm curious to see how people vote in this poll. We've got 112 votes. Make sure you guys go to the poll on this one in the chat. Make your voices heard. It matters, man. So, I mean, could you avoid a shutdown with a clean CR, you know? And who blinks for who would have blinked first, you know? I mean, are we thinking that this, like, who's going to have the what's going to have the bigger impact this week? Federal workers, contractors? I think contractors might get screwed over quite a bit. You know, travelers markets, stock market might, I don't know. The stock market's going to react in a lot of different ways. Market's reaction this week is going to be very interesting. Will it rally? Will it flatten? Will it do a mild drop? Will it do a sharp drop? You know, we could actually get an indicator based on what the after hours market is doing. So if I take a look at like the overnight markets, sometimes that can give us a bit of a hint at what people are thinking. And people might be scared, man. Here's an interesting question, though. Because the government, and I love Trump, but he's been a little too supportive of crypto in general. Because Trump is such an avid supporter of Bitcoin, my Clickcoin, will Bitcoin take a drop? That's an interesting question. Will Bitcoin dip really quite a bit tomorrow? Will people sell off their Bitcoin positions because well, first off, I would like to believe more people understand that Bitcoin is a Ponzi scheme. That's the thing. Brad Lacken says, not even working. I've been looking for work. But while I'm looking for work, I'm focusing on my business. This YouTube channel is my business. Yeah. It is interesting to see what you guys say in the polls, by the way. The polls make this very interesting. So we got 114 votes in the poll. The main selection, 52% of you are saying 1 month or less is how long it'll happen. Some people predict months on end. Some of the predictions are obviously nobody can know for sure. Some of these are just so impossible to tell. Miso Turtle Soup says, Brad, there's something you have to see. Miso Turtle Soup, what does Brad need to see? Sean is asking, in your opinion, who's to blame for the government, for the shutdown? I think everybody involved. I think that, I understand the Democrats, they're all about healthcare for everybody, and I get that, but it does cost a lot, Healthcare for everybody costs a lot. It's a big burden on the overall taxpayers. So keep that in mind. I think everybody's at fault. Nobody's really working together, and they all kind of have to take the blame for it. Everybody's at fault. It takes 2 or 3 or more to tango. Everybody who tangoed, they didn't make any compromises. Everybody's playing hardball. I think everybody's at fault. This isn't a debate channel. This is more of an opinion. We're a mixture of things. Sometimes late at night, I pour food on myself, like ketchup and stuff. And then other nights, I'm talking about the news. I'm talking about where the world is at, Sean is asking, so this is not a debate channel, by the way, Shia. I mean, it can be. Sometimes it is, but it's really a variety channel. Michael Garza Show is a variety of things. It's always a surprise when you open up the stream. You'll never know what you're going to get with this show. It's always varied. Sean asks, what is your opinion about social medicine? My opinion on social medicine. It's kind of like socialized health insurance, basically. I'm not a fan of socialized healthcare because I don't believe the government should run hospitals. As far as socialized health insurance, I think the whole idea of health insurance is the reason that we have inflated doctor bills to begin with. My main issue is, I don't know, it's just one of those things. My personal opinion here is this. I'm still formulating it based on what I know. Will Thacker, my man. So we are a variety show for sure. But we kind of opened up Pandora's box when health insurance became a thing. So health insurance is the snake. I don't think there should be any health insurance at all. No health insurance, no government option. Just make it to where the costs for medical are fair. That's about it. And make it to where you can't, make it to where if the bill is too high, you don't have to pay it. Just don't pay it. If that's I'm just proposing that as a potential law. Brad said, who has seen... Oh, Jesus. Miso Turtle Soup says, Brad, go to his live stream for... What are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about? My stream from last night and skip to... Which one, dude? Which stream are you talking about, Miso? Stream from last night? What'd you guys even catch me with? Well, let's see. So 412 to 414, huh? So 4...
Here's the menu for the evening. That's the menu. I need to get some paper towels. I forgot to do that, dude. Let's go, dude. We're ready for this. We are ready for this. Make sure you guys like and subscribe. We appreciate it. What up, my brony brother? More likes, the more subscribes, the better. So we got a menu going on. So we got Oreos for the night, for the evening. Oreos here. Look at that. Oreos, Oreos, Oreos.
What'd I do besides talk about what, dude? Miso Turtle Soup, you're what are you talking? I just watched it. I watched that section. What did I do? Caught me red-handed? Lying about everything? No, I'll admit that I obfuscate the truth to the audience. Like my age, I obfuscate the truth there. I don't give you guys my exact location. I don't want to make it easy for people on the internet to find me. So I use a lot of fake, personally identifiable information to give false breadcrumbs to people. It's the smartest thing that one can do. Because I know how messed up people are.
Damn, you're very sexy.
But no, I do actually tell the truth about other stuff, though. Whoa, Brad. Brad. Don't let people know that I don't own my own computer, okay? Don't let people know that. All right? If you let people know that I don't own my own computer, they're going to look down on me, dude. I'm going to be like Ty Lopez, dude. They're going to call me Ty Lopez, dude. No. Let's look at the poll. How long will the government remain shut down for? 51%, say 1 month or less, and 119 votes are in. Crazy. Where did I emit that? Which video, by the way? Miso turtle soup. Which video are we talking about here, bud? Or have you unlocked a major conspiracy theory that I'm not aware of? Dude, you guys on the internet can get kind of crazy, huh? You internet bros. See, this is the problem. We live in keyboard warrior culture. John, ask me a question, my brony brother. What do you want to know? I'll try my best to answer. Brad, if you want me to read your messages, can you at least do it in the form of a super chat, please? John, I'll answer your question without the need of a super chat, but super chats are preferred. Insightful informer says the witch who claims to have cursed Charlie Kirk speaks out. I don't know. He always has to use the bathroom when he's caught lying. No, actually, just sometimes I gotta go pee. John is saying, I go live and don't get a single viewer. You're going to have to put that in the form of a super chat if you want an answer, bud. And I'm talking to Sedip Thapa Live. All right, so I am answering super chats and members for the rest of the stream. So John is wondering any tips on how to get a couple of organic viewers. At the bare minimum, use at least 3 hashtags. Have a relatively good title. Don't make it too wordy. Stick to a single subject for the stream, and honestly, do a vertical stream. Everybody's eyes appear to be on the vertical streams these days, and that's just it. It's just the way it goes, brother. Just do vertical streams, man. That's how I grew my audience, and I didn't really have to change my show very much, shockingly. Yeah, vertical lives. Eggs, decent title, keep the title focused to one subject. Because honestly, most people just want to focus on a singular subject within a specific stream. Sometimes you could branch out a little bit, but 1 to 2 subjects in the title, I think, is a good thing. I might have just ate my boogers. What about it? Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel, though. How long will the government remain shut down? We got 126 votes in this. I'm very excited about this. The more votes, the better. This has been one of our better polls in a while. And it's an issue that affects a lot of people, man. It does affect a lot of people. And, to what extent, we'll see. Damn, there is a 6-way tie for 2-2 records right now. Damn. Crazy. Waiver wire usually in fantasy football tends to have great picks available. It just depends on the injuries that happened and stuff like that. And it's really all it really boils down to is the injuries. Medieval Tim Smith says, I would sooner heed wisdoms hailing from a barking cat. Huh. Miso Turtle Soup, can you explain why you give a crap if I do lie to you? Seriously. Think about it. The only thing I really lie to you about, personally identifiable information. So, yeah, I don't owe an explanation to any of you guys. Miso Turtle Soup and Brad Latkin. I don't owe you guys a single explanation. So, bug off. Tell me, though, what explanation do I owe you guys? What do I owe you guys? Kimoy. The goat. Thank you for the 2 jewels, by the way, Evan Edits. Thank you, big boy. Appreciate you, brother. Kimoy Chapman says, I'm back. Guess who's back? Kimoy's back. Yeah, the only thing I lie to you guys about is pretty much, let's see, my age. Pretty transparent for the most part, though. I do lie about my age for sure. And then I definitely lie about where I live specifically, because the less you know about where I live, the better. Trust me. Oh yeah, Brad, what would you do about me if you lived here? What do you mean by that? Brad, you just sound like a violent psycho. Brad, you're just a violent psychopath. That's right. No car. Not my computer. Not even my house, dude. None of it's real. It's all fake. It's all fake, Brad. All fake. It's all fake. No, honestly, though, Kimoy says he lives in my attic, guys. It's up. John Adventure says Garza lives behind the ice wall. I do. But yeah, do vertical lives for sure. Vertical lives, my man. That is a good thing. George Floyd in the house. Summer of Love. What are you doing, man? He says, yeah, Brad, you're still commenting on his shit because you don't like yourself or your own life. Yeah. Some wise words. Miso Turtle Soup says you don't have to be so rude about it. You're right, I don't have to, but I want to be. Miso Turtle Soup, you and Brad are both annoying and probably too young to watch this show. But you said it was. It's not my computer. Or is it my computer? No, it's not my computer, but it is. No, it's not. Yes, it is. No, I don't really care. Honestly, it is my computer, but yeah. Kimoy. It's a good comment right there, brother. Absolutely. I have known Mr. Nobody for a long time. Yeah, I was definitely pushing back on him for sure, on a lot of stuff, because I do think he is wrong on a few things. But yeah. Oh yeah. No, absolutely. My boy Mr. Nobody was not being too kind to me, so. Yeah, sometimes people get a little out of hand on my chat. Trolls love my channel. The trolls love this show. No, Miso. You're absolutely one of the reasons why I was resistant to a lot of Mr. Nobody's suggestions is because I don't believe they're correct. Yeah, I was resistant. I was listening, but I was like, I was skeptical. I let my objections be noted. But yeah, no, I don't want to do YouTube the way that everybody else does it. I think that, honestly, if we're going to be honest, I think the way that everybody does YouTube is kind of lame. And I mean it when I say that. The way a lot of people do YouTube is kind of lame. I'm not going to tell them how to do YouTube, because honestly, I don't really think it's my place to tell people what to do. All I know is what I can control myself. The only person I want to control is me. That's the end of the day. That's the only person I should control. And my main objective is to try to make the best show I can. Maybe it's not good now. Maybe there's some elements of it that are good. Maybe it can get better. As I'm doing the show, I am analyzing how I do this as well. Thinking, I do recaps in my mind about how the show went. And it's fun. I really do enjoy the show. So I do enjoy talking to you guys in the chat, though. I mean that. Sometimes you guys in the chat do kind of piss me off a little bit, but not everybody does. But sometimes you do. And I get a little heated. But it's crazy. We got 132 votes in the poll. Insanity, brothers. Insanity. Look at this. Thank you guys for voting in the poll, by the way. It really does help. So the more people we vote in who vote in the poll, more recognition the poll gets. I like it. It's just cool. So yeah, 50% of you guys think 1 month or less. 1 to 8% for the 1 to 2, 3 to 6, 6%, and then 36% on the forever scale. That's kind of an insane number to me. That's a crazy one. Yeah. You know, the trolls happen, man. That's the way it rolls, man. People want to troll, they troll. And ultimately, I'm not going to try to stop anybody from trolling. I think a little trolling from time to time anyways, it can be a very healthy, fun thing. I don't know. I like the trolls. I don't always agree with them, but they're fun. They make the show very, very interesting. And quite honestly, the trolls in the chat make the show, give the show a certain kind of culture, you know? Because one, the culture of the show is no censorship. We really try to abide by that. No censorship is our rule. And the last thing I want to do is censor anybody. I want people to express themselves, even if they're being annoying, you know? And if my YouTube live chat is a place for them to really express themselves, I'm pretty down for it. I'll answer that. What is your favorite video game? Is it just any game, board game, video game? I'll just say video game. I would say Final Fantasy VII. To this day, it's still one of my favorites. It still holds. I've played a lot of really good games, obviously, but Final Fantasy VII holds a special place in my heart. It was one of the games that got me. It was the game, actually, not one of the games. It was the game that got me into role-playing games so much. And it's just enjoyable, man. Yeah, definitely, honestly, the chat, it does add the lore. That's why I like to interact with you guys. You guys are a big part of the show. You're a big part of the reason why the show is growing and so fun to watch. Now, look, I think I contribute sometimes to the detriment of my own show. But at the same time, I don't. I do still make the show interesting. There are shows that are duds, and I need to be a little more on point, a little more on focus, without a doubt. Without a doubt, I need to be a little more focused. I need to keep my eye on the prize, basically. I want to apologize. I am a little bit tired at the moment, you guys. Like I said, I am just perfectly thrilled with the more people are subscribing, man. This is crazy. Miso Turtle Soup, I'll try to do a better job, okay? I'll try to be nicer. Or I'll try not to be at least so critical. Sorry. My apologies, sincerely. But, and sometimes, I might bite back. I do bite back sometimes. I'll try not to be too critical, but I might bite back a little bit, okay? This is how I roll. Sometimes I just bite back. I'm a bit of a fighter deep down. This is how I roll. So the Cuban, oh, Jesus Christ. Cuban Crisis says you can't escape the power of queefs. Never forget that. Come on, man. Come on. Come on. Do you like resistance fairs? Are you talking about Renaissance fairs? I mean, I've never actually been to one. I guess you could say the closest thing I went to that I guess you could say is kind of a Renaissance fair was the Oregon Country Fair, because it's kind of has Renaissance fair vibes to it in my mind. Especially bionic queefs. Yep, my bad, bro. Didn't mean to get under your skin. So sometimes, look, sometimes if I misinterpret things, I try not to. I do understand everybody's human, and I hope most people understand that I'm human as well, even though I look like a pale android, a very misshapen pale android, but you know, Sam VDW says in Australia, if the government cannot pass supply, we have a solution election, forces shit to get sorted. Yeah. But yeah, it's about the closest thing I could say that I went to for a Renaissance fair at the bare minimum. You guys, I realized I am way more tired than I really thought. If anybody wants to become a channel member, we do try to encourage that. If any last minute poll voters, I still can't believe we got 137 votes on this poll. Heck yeah, dude. Heck yeah. And thank you for the super chats, everybody. It does help the channel grow in many, many ways. Look, you guys are a big, big part of the success of this show. Just having everybody on the show who comes on and really tries their best to help me out, and I appreciate it. I try to help everybody out too. I want to try to be a good example of, you know, maybe not, I don't know if I do YouTube right or not. I mean, I'm getting results, so I guess you could say I'm doing it right to some degree. You know, and I definitely change it up a bit, though. I try not to be a one-trick pony. I try to throw paint at the walls for sure. And that's about it, man. Brad. Jeez. It's all over the government. Back to the people. Hell yeah, dude. Do you guys think I got a juicy booty? Serious question, man. Thank you, Brad Lacken. 4,000. I get it. I don't know. I mean, it's cool that you made 4,000, man. What, you like doing day trading or something? Brad, if you just made $4,000, probably from a day trade or something like that. I think you are. That seems kind of liarish. Oh, no. I just tend not to believe that at all. So, don't believe you, Brad. I'll tell you what. Damn it, Dale. That boy ain't right. Oh, I want some WD-40 and tap and die. Nah. Thank you, Miso Turtle Soup, though. I appreciate it. Hank Hill is the original OG, dude. Hank Hill's the GOAT, dude. All right, Brad, calm down. I don't care whether you lie or whether I lie. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. Whoa, Miso Turtle Soup just said, my butt is not juicy. Damn, dude. Damn. Ronald Donaldson says, thoughts on the Indonesian bunghole crisis. I don't know much about it, but I'm praying for those bungholes. Oh, all right, let's end the poll. Let's just end the poll now. How long will the government remain shut down for? 49% of you said 1 month or less. 36% of you said forever. 9% of you said 1 to 2 months, and 6% said 3 to 6 months. Yeah, Matt, we're shut down, baby. Government is shut down right now. All right, you guys. Any last super chats before we shut down the stream? Any last super chats you guys want me to see and respond to? Calling all super chats. Calling all super chats. Here we go. Calling all the super chats. Get in. Get in. We need them super chats right now. Right now. Keeps the channel afloat. Keeps me going. I know. John, I'm surprisingly not Canadian. I look Canadian and I love Canadian bands, but who knows? I probably have some Canadian ancestors I'm not aware of. So probably. I'm just going to say I'm probably Canadian. Brad, can I just ask something, man? Is this show, Brad, is this show ruining your marriage?
Laugh out loud.
Oh, okay. Well, here's the thing. I'm about ready to go to bed. So since I'm about ready to go to bed anyway, I gotta take off my shirt, so. But I gotta take off my shirt because I gotta go to bed, man. I'm tired. Go scratch my back too. Hold on. Almost fell out of my chair. Yep, feeling good, feeling fresh. I know you guys are probably used to me for the last few days just having ketchup all over my body. But yeah, no, it's what you get, man. Woo. Any last super chats though? Thank you, Kemoy Chapman, my boy, for the extra $2. Appreciate it. These super chats help you guys. I really appreciate y'all for doing these. You don't have to. I never expect it. Like, I mean, I guess I want the super chats, but I'm never going to like. He never disappoints me when I don't get as many. I'm just grateful that anybody wants to give me any. You know, it keeps the show going. It keeps the show fun. It keeps the show flexible. It's good for the program, man. No. We are not an OnlyFans channel. We don't condone that. I ain't no hoe. All right? I may have daddy issues, but I ain't no hoe. Okay? But this isn't OnlyFans, all right? Why would this be? I'm about ready to go to bed. I'm tired, dude. I'm tired. I'm already jealous, Brad. I'm already jealous. You have no idea how jealous I am. Seething with jealousy. I'm seething. I'm seething with jealousy, Brad. It's totally... You're the man, and I'm just so mad about that. I know, Brad, because you're the man. Nobody is cooler than you, Brad. You're so effing cool. Man. You're so dope, dude. Thank you again, Kemoy Chapman, man. I appreciate the super chat. I appreciate the Vine. Make sure you guys subscribe to Kemoy Chapman. Thank you, brother. And then for As It Goes, man, I just... I needed to take off my shirt anyway because I'm already prepared for bed. All right. And sometimes you gotta just take off. You gotta plop it off. You gotta plop it off, man. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. But I want to thank you guys. Live long and prosper. Probably not. All right, well, I'll catch you guys later, though. I appreciate y'all, and just have a fabulous night, okay? Peace and long life, you guys. Later. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, before we go. Tim Smith is saying 19 viewers keep the stream going. Okay. All right, hold on. So Tim is saying 19 viewers keep the stream going. Just got in here. Oh, man, I don't want to disappoint anybody. Should I put my shirt back on and keep the show going? I may be tired, but, man, I just... let's see. I don't have to put my shirt back on. I just need to buck up and be a man. All right, so we are answering primarily super chats at the moment, but we'll try our best. Try our best. I mean, has anybody got any super chats they want me to answer? Like any super chat questions about what's happening and, you know, anything at all? Because this is the last part of the show. I mean, we're just pretty much answering super chats until the end of the stream. Super chat. We're answering super chats of members for the rest of the stream, at least. Oh man, I gotta admit I am tired, you guys. But if you guys, I mean, you can keep me awake by people can keep me awake by giving me super chats. I'll tell you that. Hey, more super chats we get, the better, man. I appreciate it. So. Brad says he's my laxative. Thank you, John. I appreciate the subscription. I do appreciate the sub. Now, I'll do my best to read off what I can, but yeah, we're pretty much just, answering super chats at the moment, really trying to... I'm pretty sure this news is pretty shocking to a lot of people. I think a lot of people thought that the Senate would have come up with a way to fix this, but Democrats were like, nope. And look, it's been a war between Democrats and Republicans. I get it. How do you go through all that?
Laugh out loud.
So my boy, thank you for the super chat, man. I appreciate that big time. So let's read through this real quick. So I can't really give advice, but the question is, so it's me, Mario. Make sure you guys subscribe to Mario. Thank you for the $5 super chat, my man. So it's me, Mario, is asking, can you give me advice of what to do about my job? I gamble for a living and have for years, but it's very stressful, even though I'm successful. Well, first off, I think it's great that you're a successful gambler. If you find methods and ways to win, and you have betting strategies that work in the long term, fantastic. I can't really give you advice, though. Honestly, none of that's advice. I can't give financial advice. I recommend talking to a financial advisor, but I could just let you know what I would possibly do. But here's the thing. If it is causing you too much stress, I'm replying to it, you may want to find other streams of income to help out. For example, I'm going to say this. I have like dividend income that I rely on. I definitely rely on a lot of, maybe not like fully, but for example, like my portfolio has, my stock portfolio has like covered calls in it. And you name it, man. Just a good amount of, the covered calls provide the income, the additional income I need for the portfolio, but at the same time, they're just one of many. I've got plenty of different ETFs that pay me a dividend, and I also swing trade. I'm swing trading now the AOR. It's an ETF that has it's like a 60-40 ratio when it comes to like stocks and bonds and stuff like that. We got 55 viewers in the chat. Wow. Thank you for everybody for joining in. I really appreciate it. We're getting a lot of subscribers too, which is great and fantastic. But we are answering super chats only at the moment, so I will do my best to answer any super chats that come in. We're at the the final part of the stream where we just kind of answer super chats only. But I would say, look, it's me, Mario, to kind of finalize this analysis, man, for you. Is if gambling is very stressful and you are successful with it, you'd have maybe find it. Look, if you're successful in gambling, are there any ways to make it less stressful? Like, can you think of ways to make the gambling portion of this less stressful?
Laugh out loud.
You know what I mean? So, it's me, Mario. Make sure you guys subscribe to this guy. What a stud. Thank you for the another $5 super chat, man. I appreciate this big time. So it's me, Mario is saying, I guess I'm wondering here. Let me highlight the chat too. Saying, I'm wondering if the stress is worth the money. The money is very good, but it comes with a ton of day-to-day stress. Well, that's the thing about gambling, man. Especially if you have to, like, do you have to analyze a lot of information? Would you say that, like, for example, you have to analyze, like, more data than you can handle? How about this? I don't know if this actually would make things easier. Have you thought about using, like, AI, like GPT-5, to make the gambling easier? Because no, I will say that GPT-5, I do very low ball betting. When it comes to sports betting, that is. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of sports betting, though. Straight up. So I understand the appeal, brother. It makes perfect sense to me. Let's see. Oh, I see what kind of better you are. That makes sense. You're looking for more certainty plays. So it's me, Mario says, never tried it. My method is live betting, and I look for patterns, so no analysis really. That's interesting. So when you're live betting, you're like let's talk baseball for a second, okay? Let's say you're betting on a Seattle Mariners game, or you're going to. You haven't done it yet, but maybe it's in the 5th inning, right? Seattle's got the edge over the other team at the moment, and you're pretty sure, and the odds are leaning in your favor, that if you pick Seattle in that instance, that you'd most likely win. Those bets I wouldn't say could ever be for sure, but those bets can be good. Michael Donaldson says, Brad Latkins seems like a kind gentleman. He sure is, man. He sure is. But no, overall, it's me, Mario says, yeah, like you said, you never tried. So that method, the AI, so here's the thing. So I don't bet on the live games. I do bet on the games day of the games. Like I don't bet on the games while they're going on. I've done a few live bets. Don't get me wrong. They are kind of fun. They're exhilarating. But look, if you've had a lot of success in live game gambling, man, I see nothing wrong with that, brother. In fact, sometimes it could be easier because you can kind of figure out where the game is headed. You know, if you can figure out where a specific game is heading, sometimes live betting can be better too. Because you're betting on a live event, and if the odds are in your favor to win it, the payout's not that good. But at least you win. At least you get a profit, and the whole idea behind it is just quick profits. So, I don't know. I think I should probably change my tune on live betting because I've never been like a super fan of it. But I'm not against it by any means. I think Michael Donaldson, though, it's good to see you, Michael Donaldson, by the way. I haven't seen you in a bit. I hope you're doing well, man. I really do. Straight up. So we have the FBI, which is the fake FBI probably. Even if it was the real one, I'd be like, sick. Hell yeah. Talk about politics? I don't know. Government shutdown, man. It's there. We're talking about it now. Sure thing. good to see Michael Donaldson here, though. But I hope I answered your question. It's me, Mario. And look, here's the thing. I don't know how to make live gambling less stressful, because that would be stressful. Because it's a live game, and depending on how you're betting, I don't know what sort of betting methods or betting strategies you use. But live betting, there might be something to that. You know what I mean? I might have to consider doing more live bets as the game goes on. One, I'll see a quicker reward. Two, doing live games could be beneficial. So Michael Donaldson says 100,000 federal employees are getting canned. Damn, dude. Damn. That's crazy, man. Holy smokes, man. That's wild. I don't like pickles, miso turtle soup. Miso turtle soup, man, I hate. I can't stand pickles, man. 14 billion a year savings. Damn, dude. That's beef. Oh, also, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. The more subscribers we get, the better. We're definitely trying to improve the subscriber count as much as possible, so I just want to thank everybody. I want to thank everybody who's just joining in, you know. And as Michael Donaldson says, Trump is the GOAT. Put your hands up in the air. Oh, yeah. Raise them up, and if you don't really care. But, thank you for all the people who have subscribed. Thank you for all the super chats, by the way. I know we're answering super chats only for the rest of the stream. So if you guys have any pressing questions, I will do my best to answer them.
Damn, you're very sexy.
Thank you again for... Dude, we're getting subscribers left and right, man, and I can't thank you guys enough. It helps. It really does, man. More than you guys know. And the more simp subscribers we get, the better. I really get into just how many people have subscribed. It's just been a wild thing to me. And, dude, I'm beyond grateful at this point, man.
Damn, you're very sexy.
We got tons of subscribers, dude. Everybody's subscribing right now. Dude, like, everybody. Look at this. This is insane. We're getting... I don't even know, dude. I want to hear Chris Hansen say laugh out loud. Let me go to the settings real quick. Dude, I've got more Man, my subscriber count just keeps increasing, man. It's just been going up and up. So I was at 5,482 just a second ago. Now I'm at 5,484. Like, the level of growth that this channel has, and I thank everybody. I thank everybody for really willing to sub to the channel. It's crazy. It's just it's a beautiful thing, man. So thank you guys. All I know is holding you is all I ever want to know. Thank you, Donaldson. I appreciate you, brother. Man, honestly, I'm glad I stayed on. Thank you. By the way, can I give a shout out to you, Tim Smith? Thank you, Tim. Can we give a shout out to Tim Smith, by the way? Tim Smith has been an integral part of this channel. He has been a huge part of this channel, actually, and one of the, in my opinion, the OGs of this show. We've had many of fun conversations, not only in the chat, just having fun, but also I love we need to do more StreamYard stuff. I think once I have a little more financial security, I'll be able to kind of not have to be so obsessive over super chats. And look, super chats can sometimes be a very good vessel. Not everybody agrees with my methodology, but it's the way I roll, man. Man, look at this. We got 54 viewers, man. We got tons of people subscribing, like left and right. This is crazy. Hand over fist, just subscriber. And I want to thank everybody. Everybody who's subscribing, man. This is just wild to me. But yeah, this whole government shutdown thing. How is the government shutdown affecting everybody, though? That's one of the big questions we have on the show. Is really, though, sincerely, how is this affecting people negatively? Are there any federal workers that are just finding out about this now? Like anybody in the chat, like a federal worker who's being negatively affected by this, or somebody who relies on federal benefits? Because, we want to try to make your voices heard. I'll answer those chats for sure. But no, back to Tim Smith. Tim, let me highlight your chat real quick. If I can find it again. Hold on. So Tim Smith says Garza is 5.48 deep into YouTube. Pegged. Hashtag pegged by subs. Thank you, brother. Man, I will say the bigger this channel gets, the more appreciative I get, the more thankful I sincerely get, man. And thank you, Tim, for, thank you. I was about ready to just go to bed. And what good would that have done me, man? I mean, I still need to get sleep, obviously, but I don't have to be up, like, super early. And this is great, brother. Thank you all, man. Jeez, I don't know what to say. Sometimes you guys leave me speechless, man. In a good way. In a very good way. Mr. Donaldson said he's hoping it doesn't slow down his permits for solar. Guys, make sure you guys also subscribe to Mr. Donaldson's channel. Michael Donaldson, the GOAT. Miso Turtle Soup says this time next year it will 100K sub. Possibly. Well, I don't know, 100K? I mean, if that's how the exponential growth of YouTube works, then hell, I mean, that's pretty sexy to me. But, you sure about that? But everybody's subbing right now, man. Subs. We just keep getting more subscribers, man. And it's crazy. Hey, Trump 2028, I'm down for that. But yeah, just for the moment, we're kind of answering super chats only. We appreciate regular chats, but we are primarily, but we're pretty much just answering super chats and members for the rest of the stream. So if you want to become a member, become a member. more members we have, the better. And, yeah. But I mean it when I say this. I really do hope that nobody's. I hope that people get like whatever back pay they need to get. I hope a lot of these people who are being furloughed have at least some sort of contingency plan to make sure they're still, able to survive for a bit. It's important. Michael Donaldson says, Brad, he's ignoring you. Trolls are not a new thing. You're not special. But no, I don't know. Brad, I'm not going to lie. I'm pretty sure deep down, I don't know. Maybe you're a nice guy. Maybe you just like to troll too much. But sometimes I just got to ignore the trolls, brother. Sorry about that. But I don't have the strength to watch it go. Give me 1 second, folks. I'm checking something on the smartphone real quick. Checking for updates. It's crazy. I got pretty much starting running backs everywhere on my team. I was looking at fantasy real quick as well. Let's take a look at X. Oh wow. So there's a what do you call it? There's an account on X called Mega Voice saying breaking after Elon Musk told his 226 million followers he's canceling Netflix. The trend has gone viral of people posting their cancellation. It's saying it's time to cancel and boycott Netflix, but what's the reason? Like, why is Elon canceling Netflix? Yeah, so here's the thing, man. First off, Netflix is extremely expensive. I have not had Netflix for a very long time. And it is one of those things that I feel. Give me one moment. Sometimes it's unfortunate Garza believes in free speech. Otherwise, idiots like Brad would be... Yeah, I really do believe even people like Brad, even though Brad pisses me off to no end. The more I get to know Brad, the less, still get miffed about Brad. Because I think he gets a little too weird about things. But ultimately, sometimes I just got to ignore Brad a little bit. I don't censor him. I want the chat to see him if they want to see him. I don't block anybody. I don't ban anybody. I don't put anybody in the penalty box. I just let the chat do its thing. Brad, I will say this. I think you're annoying sometimes. But I also want you to be able to say what you want to say, brother. I really care about that. So... Tim Smith says, do a super chat, Kaylee. Now, Tim Smith is the exception because he's one of the OGs. It's almost like, I wouldn't say, almost like the founding fathers, Tim Smith is the Abe Lincoln of this show. And I am the George Washington of the show. It's just kidding. I am the Joe Biden of my own show, by the way. So I am basically the Joe Biden of my show, whereas Tim Smith is like the Abraham Lincoln of this show. Kaylee, I'm going to answer this one. I'm not going to highlight it. Since I am answering super chats only and members only, I am going to give you a freebie on this one because I think this is the first time I've ever seen you on this show, so I'll give you a freebie on this one. So you're trying to understand how a government shutdown will affect you. Well, there's a few ways it could affect you. First off, it depends. Do you work for a federal agency? Because there's a lot of federal agencies that are going to be affected by this. But yeah, so overall, I think if you have a federal job, I think it's going to affect you. You might get furloughed for a bit. You'll get your back pay and stuff. Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, look, if you work in the if you work in the private sector, you should be fine. I'm not gonna guarantee that, because if there's like government contracts that the company you work for has, and you gotta wait it out, you might get. I don't know. I don't know what the end result is. Why are you gay? Mr. Donaldson says Garza may not say it, but I will. I won't say it just because I know YouTube would ban me probably if I said it too many times, but I'll let the chat read that. I appreciate it, Mr. Donaldson. Thank you, bro. Cause maybe I'm not brave enough to tell you so. Well, I don't have the strength to watch you go. No, they say it's better to have loved at least than really didn't. It wasn't that I wasn't feeling anything. More like feeling everything it was. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I'm like... Yeah, dude. I've been streaming for a while, man. I am the new face. I'm basically the new face of Vertical Lives, man. I am the Mr. Yeast. They call me Mr. Yeast of the Vertical Live format. But we are answering super chats only for the moment. I do make certain exceptions, certain super chats and members only. So if you want to become a member, great. We love it. Supports the channel a lot. And we try to keep making as much content as we can. We try to vary it out. You know,
Damn, you're very
this channel
sexy.
doesn't aim to be a one-trick pony. You know, I love talking about like fantasy football. I love talking about, you know, science, you know, like I said, sports. Hold on. Michael Donaldson says, yeast. You better keep that mussy fresh. It is rarely fresh, my friend. I can't think of the last time my mussy was even that fresh. It's a little musty down there. I do want to go back to X, though, real quick. Because X.com, man, I will admit, even though I'm not a big fan of Twitter, it can be a good resource for, like, figuring out what is trending, especially with the whole government shutdown stuff. It's crazy. But thank you for all the people who have subscribed, man. Our subscriber base is just growing faster and faster and faster. And but yeah, a lot of people are saying, you know, thousands of people, enough is enough. Show me yours and I'll follow you back and encourage my friends. Yeah, people are like confirming. That's crazy. Well, give me a second, you guys. Just checking X a little further. X.com. So I'm looking at what's trending, what's happening right now. The trending topics. It looks like it's all politics. Trending hashtag GOP shutdown. Crazy. Yeah, so overall with the government shutdown, I think that they're going to keep working. They're going to try to get some sort of reformed spending bill passed so that way, you know, that way the shutdown could be stopped. You know, I do think the whole tariffs thing is going to be good. At the end of the day, we're keeping. I gotta keep the mussy fresh. Okay, I got the yeast. You'll laugh your ass off. Yeah, you know, I mean, like, look, this show is not for everybody. I just want to say this right now. There's a lot of people who hate the show. There's a lot of people who love the show. I don't know. There's probably more haters than lovers of the show, but I really do the show for people who just want to watch it. Is the show net negative for society, just like Bitcoin is? Look, it's tough to say where this show is on the scale of whether it's a net positive or a net negative to society. I'd like to believe the show's a net positive, but look, maybe my show is like Bitcoin. Maybe it's a net negative to society, lacks intrinsic value, and is a total Ponzi scheme. That may fit the bill. I hope not. I don't believe my channel's a Ponzi scheme. I'd like to believe it's honestly. Look, I have fun with it. Don't get me wrong. I love a little bit. I do a little bit of troll jobs. I like to troll. Trolling's fun, man. Ain't nothing like a little trolling. It's just good to see so many people, coming in through this live stream, man. I'm kind of weirded out that everybody's blaming the GOP for this government shutdown when it was the Democrats that didn't agree with it, from what I could tell, a pretty reasonable bill. So before everybody goes and starts blaming the GOP for this, by the way, both parties suck. I'm not a big fan of the modern Democrat Party, not a fan of the modern Republican Party, just not a fan. But anyway, Michael Donaldson says Mr. Sir sucks itself. But look, all right, here we go. We're ready. We're willing. We're able. All right. Oh, God. Am I a grifter like Gavin Newsom? Have I become what I've tried to avoid this whole time? We've been really getting a lot of views on this particular live video, man. This is crazy. But I may have to hang it up, man, in just a few moments. Now, if you guys want to keep the live stream going for another 30 minutes, super chats, man. Super chats keep the live stream going. If we don't get a few super chats in the next 5 minutes, I'm just gonna hang up the rest of the night. I'm going to just end the stream is what I mean. I was like, I got to go to bed at some point, man. But I will say this. If you guys do give a super chat, more super chats, the better. And the better. All right. Yes. 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 Here we go. Yum, yum. Man, do we talk about the Mussy a little too much on this channel? This isn't a grift. This isn't a grift, you guys. It's just not. Mr. Donaldson says, passed out Garza. Let the haters pass out Garza. Let the haters go to bed. All right. Well, hey, man. I mean, I'll stay up if people start flooding the chat with super chats. I mean, I'll stay on as long as I need to. Money's money, man. If people are willing to keep the channel rolling, keep this live stream going, I'll stay up for a bit. Brad Lagkin, man. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, you guys. More subscribers we get, the better. We're really trying to push that. Trying to get the show out. Trying to really change up the algorithm. Make sure we're really playing this right. So, no, they say it's better to have loved at least than reel it in. Brett, will you at least consider simp scribing? I know that you don't want to subscribe because I think deep down you know that you'd be a true simp scriber. No, they say. Dude, Dallas has a really bad defense this year, dude. Oh, man. I agree with you, Michael Donaldson. I agree wholeheartedly. Appreciate you, Brad. You're the man. I still believe that Brad is, like, insanely... I don't know if he's, like, insanely in love with me or not, man, but... Yeah, it's weird. All right, I think we should probably end it here. I am tired, and we're not getting too many people in at the moment, but I do want to thank everybody who has come on to the show. I appreciate it, man. Okay,
Laugh
we got no
out
super
loud.
chat. All right. All right, I guess you kept this. By the way, this super chat just kept the stream going for another 5 minutes. So let's roll with it. Diao Marshall says, "What are your thoughts on 9/11?" Sad is the first feeling I would at least attribute to that. Concerning. I will say that since it happened when I was a child, I didn't quite understand the severity of what had happened at the time. You know what I mean? And as I grew older, you know, I understood something bad happened and a lot of people died and it was a terrible, horrific thing, man. That is it's legitimately one of the worst. It is the worst attack on the United States. As far as a form of terrorism, it feels like it's the worst. And I would probably rank it as one of the worst. 9/11 was one of the catalysts towards, in my opinion, unconstitutional laws being sprung up. But I do believe at least our airports are safer, you know, to prevent an atrocity like that from happening again. And what happened, man, at that time was an atrocity. Let me highlight your chat too. But yeah, really thoughts of sadness permeate.
Laugh out loud.
Thank you, DL, dude. Thank you again for the super chat, man. We'll keep it going for a little bit longer. I'm a little tired, and I'll try to answer to the best of your ability. But I hope my answer sufficed. One thing I will say, just to kind of just talk about 9/11 a little bit further, it definitely made me realize that America's got a lot of enemies, and we do need to have better border security. There's a lot of people who hate America and want to see its demise. They hate our culture. And I don't think our culture is that bad. We just embrace individualism, and most countries do not. So that's my take on it. But Mariel says, have you heard of the Finder's Cult? I have not heard of the Finder's Cult. I could look it up real quick. Let's look up Finder's Cult. What is the Finder's Cult? This is new to me, man. Okay, so the Finders, it looks like, were a cult that worked for the CIA is what this is implying in this chat. So interesting. So the Finders were a cult, but really in all actuality that cult was utilized by the CIA to work for the CIA? Is that what you're implying, bud? It sounds spooky as hell, do you? It sounds spooky as shit, dude. Freaks me out, dude. Michael Donaldson says Creed. Nobody would fall for that. Brad, he's responding to a super chat. Absolutely. And Dio was, Dio's already given me like $4 basically. So I just feel like I want to make sure I'm answering to the best of my ability. I hope my answer on 9/11 was helpful though. All right, you guys. I'm going to have to go to bed here in just a second. Any last super chats? If we get last super chats, I'll keep the stream going a little longer. I am tired though. So, but I will say, any additional super chats will keep the stream going for a little while longer, man. So, Brad, if you want to see my tired ass keep going on this, give me a super chat, brother. I'll keep rolling. I'll keep the game afloat. Yeah, Michael Donaldson's telling you to do. If Michael Donaldson's telling you it's a good idea, man, you gotta do it. Yeah, you don't have to do anything, Brad. But holy crap, do you? Keeping the show going a little while longer. All right. Thank you for the $5 super chat, man. Dude, I am tired as hell, but I want to answer this, brother. All right. So DU says it was during the satanic panic of the 1980s. They were caught with children, and they found a satanic altar in their warehouse and documents on buying kids. What the heck? Dude, this sounds like some freaky shit. That's crazy, man. I was just responding to your super chat real quick. But yeah, of course, it doesn't surprise me. Our government over the years has done some very, very shady crap, And let me also just highlight your chat, man. You're a beast, dude. Yeah. I never heard of the satanic panic of the 1980s. I actually never heard of that. I mean, like, the only reason I never heard of it is because I just don't know much about that, about that time. Or what sort of crazy things were happening at that time. So, miso turtle soup, are you and Brad like the same dude? Like, I have a feeling that miso turtle soup and Brad are just the same person. Or maybe they're just two trolls in the chat that just fell in love. Maybe maybe this channel is a matchmaker. Maybe I'm matchmaking people. That's what I'm concluding. I'm uniting people. I'm helping people find true love. I helped Miso Turtle Soup understand that he, I don't know, I can't speak for Miso Turtle Soup, but it seems like Miso just wants to be with Brad. And that's okay, man. We support it. We don't want to, you know. It's good, man. Miso says, bro, if you haven't noticed, I try to keep the peace in the chat. Do you, Miso? I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you, brother. Having said that, though, yeah, I appreciate your efforts, brother. I really do. Man, I am just tired. I am sorry, you guys.
Laugh out loud.
Okay, you know what? I appreciate the super chat. I'm going to answer. You know, if they keep getting super chats, I'm just going to keep answering, you know. DU says, have you heard of the dancing Israelis? So that is... So that is something I've never heard of. The dancing... I could look it up real quick, though. I'm going to look up the dancing Israelis. Okay. I'm curious about this because I don't know anything about it. Oh, I think I remember seeing this. So it was like around the September 11 attacks, the advanced knowledge. Oh. That's crazy. So that theory suggests that the Israel it's a conspiracy theory. I'm not going to go too deep into the rabbit hole, but that's an interesting conspiracy. I just read through some of it. Pretty potent shit, dude. That Israel basically already knew about this attack that was going to happen. That's crazy. That is wild to me. I don't know how true that is. I can't verify the source, and you know, look it up for yourselves, you guys. And yeah, it's crazy. Thank you for the super chat, though, Dio. I really appreciate it big time, man. Keeping the show going a little while longer. But I want to say, I'm only just to clarify for everybody, I'm only responding to super chats. Now, these conspiracy theories do not represent anything I believe. I'm only searching out of pure curiosity, nothing more, and trying to understand the super chats that are coming my way. So those are interesting theories, brother. I appreciate it. I don't know much about them. I don't know how true they are. You know, I always say do your due diligence, do your research, and, you know, skepticism's always a good thing for sure. But yeah, I just looked it up on Google, so... This has been interesting, you guys. But I want to say thank you, Dio, for the super chat. Really do appreciate it, brother. Dio, thank you for the super chat again, brother. Let's take a look here. Dio says... So I'm just quoting what DU is saying here. This is a quote directly from DU Mariel, and this is a super chat I'm reading. The super chat says there were foreknowledge of 9/11 on the... Wow, really? Some people made bets on... Whoa. There were people that were making bets that airline stocks would fall? That's crazy. Like, massive bets? Than more than usual. So here's the thing. That's interesting. If the numbers of bets against those stocks were extremely high, what the? Were much, let's see, if the numbers of bets against those stocks were much higher than usual, then I'll admit that is pretty sus. So what I'm saying, it drew on that particular thing that you're talking about, and I got to refresh my browser real quick. Hold on. Oh, it looks like the crypto market's going crazy. It's time for me to bet against it again. I will say, whenever Bitcoin goes up like crazy, I am betting against it. I was able to buy that at a very low price. Give me one more second, folks. Man, what is happening with the markets everywhere? So the looming government shutdown. It's interesting. The government's about ready to shut down, and everybody thinks that buying crypto is a good idea. How dumb is that? Crypto is not a safe haven, by the way. It's just a gambling. It's gambling. It's gambling personified, man. But I really do want to say, Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. That's crazy that there were an increased number of bets. So based on what you're telling me, based on what you're implying, is that there were more bets than usual betting against the airlines. That's crazy. Bahama Llama? Let me tell you something. I am not pro cryptocurrency. In fact, I am adamantly against it, and I love betting against cryptocurrencies. I think cryptocurrencies are a net negative to society. I think it's dumb. I think everybody's a little too gay for it.
Laugh out loud.
That's wild, though, man. Thank you. Another super chat, brother. Thank you, my man. Thank you, Drew Marshall. Appreciate the super chats, my brony brother. Dio says in the $5 super chat, yeah, the volume was more than usual. Do you often believe in conspiracies or just well-documented, plausible, realistic, rational ones? Like me. When it boils down to with conspiracy theories, I'm going to respond also with a text on here. Because I like having it in writing too. When it comes to conspiracies and things like that, I simply like to keep an open mind. But still question what I am hearing. And not simply believe it because I want it to be true. So for the most part, what it boils down to for me, if there are patterns that seem a little sketchy, I think sometimes you got to look into the sketchy patterns, man. If something doesn't seem right, then I don't know. That's my philosophy. If something doesn't add up, question the narrative, man. If there's a narrative out there and it just doesn't make a lot of sense and you just feel like there's just something a little bit off about it, man, without a doubt you should question it, man. Have a good night, Mr. Donaldson. Love you, brother. You the man, down dog. You the man, always, dog. Hell yeah. But it's tough to go into when it comes to conspiracy theories. Don't get me wrong. I do like to consider a lot of them. Do I consider them fact? I think sometimes you can really go down rabbit holes of conspiracy theories, but you should question the narrative that is common and be like, well, I know this is what I'm told, but let me review what other ideas are out there. Obviously, you still want to try your best to uncover facts and understanding. The truth is, you can never have all the facts. And sometimes the things that are labeled as the facts may not always be the facts. They may just be carefully forged information posed as facts. That's something to consider, man. You know, you don't always want to just blindly believe everything you're told. I just think it's a bad idea. And that's what we're seeing in today's society. Too many people believe in everything they're told. And one thing I've known from experience is that you don't want to simply just believe everything you're told because somebody tells you it's the way it's something to believe in, you know? My goodness, man. Bitcoin, my clickcoin. I love betting against Bitcoin, dude. It's just, I don't know what it is. It just gets me going. Gets me jacked. Okay. Well, I appreciate the stream, Dio. Sorry, I appreciate the super chat, my man. I really do. That actually helped out a lot. It helped the channel a lot. We always greatly appreciate it. I think I may have to end the stream though, man, for the night. Just for the night. I mean, if I see another super chat in just a second, I'll keep the stream rolling. But that's how I do it, man. If I see a super chat, I'll be like, all right, you know what? Let's keep rolling. Let me try to answer the question thoroughly. But yeah, I mean, I will say this before I end the stream, Dio. A lot of those operations, man, seem pretty sketchy. You know what I mean? Like when you were talking about how basically they were buying put contracts, it sounds like, which a put contract is essentially a bet against something. But if you're buying up put contracts on the airlines, that's a disturbing pattern, especially if there were more than usual. So if Wall Street was already pricing that in and they had insider knowledge about that, that's even more disturbing. That's even more freaky. Now, maybe it wasn't Wall Street. Maybe it was some other people. It's tough to say, man, but if there was... It's a level of sickness if people were trying to profit off that kind of tragedy. Like, in that sort of way, you know? It's crazy. Hey, DL, man, you have a great night, brother. Thank you for those super chats, man. You saved the rest of the night. You saved the rest of the day. You're keeping the channel afloat, and I appreciate that, man. Those are some really, really good super chats. Very thought-provoking, too, man. I can't wait to look into those a little bit further. I'm going to do a little bit of research in my personal time and probably end up going down a bit of a conspiracy rabbit hole because I do enjoy going down those rabbit holes a little bit. I'm a little bit of a freak in that way. All right, anyway, I'll catch you guys later. Thank you all for joining in on the show. And to everybody, to Michael Donaldson, always a pleasure to see you, bud. I know you're going to bed already. To Diao, I appreciate the super chats, brother, and the fun convo. Miso Turtle Soup, appreciate you. Brad, I even appreciate you, brother. I get pissed at you, man, but, you know, whatevs. I appreciate you anyway. Thank you, Tim Smith, for adding some fun to the show. As always, Tim Smith always finds a way to add some fun elements to the show, man. That dude's just a funny man. I love that dude. He's so cool. He's my Canadian brother. All right, you guys, I'm ending the stream. You gotta end it at some point. I gotta go to bed. But hey, I love you guys. You guys rock, and I appreciate the patronage, and just have an incredible night. Later, guys. Miso Soup, have a great night, my brony brother. You the man. Like we were talking about earlier, you guys create the culture, man. Kemoy Chapman says, oh, I gotta highlight this real quick. Kemoy Chapman says, Evil Tim is way better. Oh. Evil Tim Smith, baby. All right, well, I'll catch y'all later. Thanks again for joining the show and for being such, for all you guys for being such good sports. I really appreciate it big time, and I hope to change the vertical live game. I really do. I watch some of the things that show up on the vertical live feed, and I'm like, I can do a better job than that. I don't mean to say that even out of arrogance. I just think that some of the stuff that I see in the vertical lives are just kind of low effort. And I don't mind low effort. Trust me, this is low effort too. But like the audio, the video, I want to make sure that this is, very studio-esque. And I appreciate it. All right. Anyway, catch you guys later. See you on the next show. See you on the next episode is what I like to call it. And we'll see what we can pull off next round. Later, guys.